miles in Chicago.
Right. And they were most likely built before the United States.
Oh fuck yeah, without a doubt. But
yeah,
it's a tough sell, man. It's almost as tough a sell as flat Earth sometimes, man. Like, dude, what do you experience? What is reality? Can we go check out these 1,000 miles of tunnels? Well, no, they can't let you down in there, bro. They can't. They're not going to let you down in there to check out the 1,000 miles of tunnels in Chicago, bro. They're not going to do it. But
they're not going to let you go into Göbekli Tepe either, because it tells you too much truth.
Same thing, man. There's too much information that they can't destroy all of it, bro. And that's my opinion, that they've tried to destroy most of it. And you know this is a fallen world, God Rocket. I know you are.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They've tried to destroy like most of the shit that's been going on for hundreds, thousands of years or whatever. But there is an absolute, without a doubt, tunnel systems throughout every fucking major city in the world, bro.
Yep.
What the fuck?
I heard that there was a huge city off the Mississippi River, not too far, like near that, it's that pyramid complex there, the one in the Mississippi area. I can't remember.
Louisiana.
I think it's a little higher up, a little further north, but
I know what you're talking about, though.
I've heard about
anyway.
It. Never been there.
Yeah, me neither. Of course, it's a long ways from where I live, but yeah, there's all kinds of rumors of tunnels in Arizona as well. I heard.
Yeah.
I mean, massive, just like the ones you're talking about.
L.A. Yeah. There's these tunnel systems on Earth. We're talking about Earth that are just being discovered now, dude. And they're like, but if you go back to what they tell you about the tunnel systems in Chicago, they actually go back 1,000 fucking miles of fucking tunnels, bro. And I'm like, but they'll only admit to like 69 miles or some shit. But they're actually, it's just weird, man. There's all
How do you access them? How do you access them?
You don't. Not you or me are not going to access them.
Yeah, you can't get to them. They're all closed off to the public at this point, man. Yep. All of them are closed to the public.
I've heard there's tunnels that go under the ocean to other continents as well.
I haven't heard that.
I have. I'll have to look that up, but I did hear that once.
But I do find that digging under cities a very interesting subject that could produce. I don't know if you guys are all familiar with the catacombs. Have you ever heard that term, catacombs?
Yep.
Yeah, Paris catacombs.
All the skulls and shit down there.
Yeah, I mean that's a mind-blowing trip for me. Even though I'm a truther, I'm like, why the fuck would they do that? And say, hey, man, we're going to organize all these people's
skulls,
remains, just skulls in geometric patterns, man. Why? But they did like 1,500 miles of that shit, bro. I'm like, what? That's weird, man. That's weird, man. That's all I'm saying.
You think how long it would take to do something like that too? I mean, you're not talking just a few hundred years, dude. You're talking.
It might take 100 years, God rocking, to do it.
I think it's gonna
take I don't know. It's just weird, man. I'm not saying I got it figured out or nothing, but I just find it super weird that they would do that alone, man. I mean, I talked to one of our architectural friends in here, man, Flat Lloyd Wright. His real name's Chris, and he actually went to the catacombs, man. I'm like, so what was that like? He goes, dude, man, it's super weird, bro.
Yeah, dude, I heard they said that was some sort of a battery, like a electric storage.
But
about it?
Who knows what it was, but he could feel the vibe when he went down there. He's like, oh shit, this is weird, man. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
I've
weird.
seen a few pictures. I've seen a few pictures of it, but nothing too massive. I've seen some
Yeah,
really
but
strange catacombs with all these skulls stacked up, like you said, in real
geometric
fancy
patterns, man.
patterns and
Yeah,
shit. Yeah, I mean, thousands and thousands of skulls. I mean, dead people for years, days, centuries. I don't know. A lot of fucking dead
we
fucking
don't know,
people.
man. We don't know
Exactly.
for sure. We don't know.
Right.
Now, when somebody says,
Right.
"Hey, man, I know for sure we went to the moon and we're sending probes to Mars," it's like, how do you know that? We can question those Mongos, bro, and we can get them into a conversation where they have to admit that they've actually never done it. But to walk through a catacomb and say, "Hey, man, that shit, that's weird. Wow, what the fuck is going on?" And that's a reality thing that they can actually question versus like, we landed a fucking rover on fucking Mars, bitches. You flat earthers are stupid. You guys just bunch of fucking stupid flat earthers. Like, wait a minute, wait. How do you know that we landed some shit on Mars? Well, don't you guys don't trust NASA and you guys don't trust nothing? Well, that's how we know that we landed shit on Mars. I mean, it's a rock in the sky, Mongos. It's a big giant rock, big as Earth, almost as big as Earth. It's big. It's got a radius of 2,400 miles. I don't know what the fuck Mars is. What's the fucking radius of Mars, man? What is it? How did they figure out that they were going to land on the
You gotta
fucking?
ask the guy who invented the name radius.
Exactly. We're going to ask that Mongo. Let's ask him that. Let's do it. But yeah, what is the radius of Mars? Does anybody know?
Well, you could probably Google it. They'll tell you what they'll lie about it. I'm sure.
Right. I'll fucking Google it, you Mongos. Let's do it. Okay, radius.
You wanted somebody else to do it. You're doing it now. Wait,
3396.
What is it?
Equatorial radius. Where are we? 3396.2 kilometers. 3,396 kilometers.
it's smaller than Earth?
Yeah, it's smaller than Earth. Yeah.
That's crazy.
How they got that exact number, I don't know. Whether they went down to Best Buy and got a big tape measure and sorted it out. But yeah, that's according to Wikipedia.
Shout out to Wikipedia. You guys are awesome, man. Keeping the truth alive, man. I love you, Wikipedia. However,
Keeping it real.
Keeping it real. You guys are great, Wikipedia. I should give them some money. They keep asking for money. I should probably give them some money.
They keep asking you personally for money or just online for looking for donations?
A lot. I remember going on there and they're like, "Oh, I want to keep this going. If you want to donate over here, bro." And I'm like, "No, I'm good, man." Click.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd be good with that one myself.
Is Mars spinning faster than Earth? Anybody know that?
I have no idea.
Well, according to USA Today, man, I mean, how could you wait? I have to sit through 47 ads to actually get to the article. But, according to me, sitting through 47 ads to get to the article is Mars spinning. Is Mars spinning faster than Earth? I have to sit through 47 ads. That's just the way it is today.
Have a beer and it'll be there.
Okay. A day on Earth is about 24 hours. You guys all know that. The word about the sentence does a lot of heavy lifting because Earth's rate of rotation changes. Oh, what the fuck is All right, I'm gonna link this to you guys, man. Fuck. Oh shit. Sorry for all the ads, man, but I'll link it to you guys here in the chat.
Well, I want to know is the Earth is supposedly going around the sun in this elliptical type orbit. It is not a perfect circle. And so why are we not feeling that? When it,
well,
speeds up and slows down and it's this elliptical fucking orbit around the fucking sun. And I mean, what's going on there, dude? I don't get it.
If I take a hula hoop and I put it on a flat table and I put a marble and I start spinning the marble around the inner edge of the hula hoop, right?
Yeah.
And then if I lift up the hula hoop in the middle of the spin, what do you think's going to happen to the marble?
It'll just up and fuck off. That's easy.
It'll just fuck off, right? It'll just fuck off.
Yeah, but that's what happens here on Earth.
That's
In
right.
Mars, it's a whole different ball game. There, bro.
What do you mean? I mean, how can we explain that it's a whole different ballgame on Mars versus the Earth? I mean, oh my God. I mean, like, it's totally like ridiculous to think that Mars is just like Earth. I mean, who came up with that concept, man? The light in the sky is just like Earth. That's a good one, bro. That's a good one, bro. Have any of you guys ever been to Mars? Anybody? I mean, can anybody verify that they've been to Mars, checked it out, and say, hey, man, yeah, there's a Grand Canyon in Mars, bro. I mean, no, nobody's ever been there, bro.
I've eaten a Mars bar. Does that count?
Well, I ate the Mars bar.
What about the rover? What about the rover and the helicopter? What about the helicopter and the rovers and all that shit they got flying around up there on Mars?
I know.
Well, how's this? A while ago, someone pointed out to me, you know how they're supposed to have all the rover and that there? The question was, who's cleaning the solar panels on the rover? And I'm like, what do you mean? So this was quite a few years ago. I said, what do you mean? And he goes, check it out. These are alleged satellite images of Mars and the rover. Image number 1, you see rover. Image number 2, you see dirty rover. Image number 18, you see clean rover.
Clean rover?
He's cleaning the thing.
Who's cleaning those solar panels, bro? I remember that too, Timbo. I remember that. Seeing that. Holy shit, yeah. Who's cleaning the fucking solar panels? Yeah.
The people that are living on Devon Island, obviously.
Here's their explanation. It was a windstorm that cleaned them, bro.
Oh,
that was
years of build up and a windstorm cleans it.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, really? A windstorm could clean my car, bro, on Earth.
Blowing dust cleaned blowing dust. That makes sense. It does. It just makes a lot of sense.
Well, yeah, come on. We got to tie it all together. I mean, without a doubt, that wind storms clean my windshield every time. I mean, come on. Everybody knows this. Wait, you guys don't know this? I mean,
just drive fast.
Drive faster. I got to drive faster. Okay.
Does that mean the rover's up there speeding around these craters and shit, blowing the dust off its wings, huh?
Hey, God rockin', it was a 200-mile-an-hour windstorm that the panels totally survived, without a doubt, and they were just cleaned off by this 200-mile-an-hour.
See, if they were smart, instead of having a flat back on him, they'd make a little pyramid, each side being solar panels, so the dust could just roll off.
That would be smart. But they don't like pyramid solar panels. They like flat and stationary.
Well, pyramid shape, it wouldn't matter which way the sun's facing because it's going to hit it everywhere. Unless he's upside down.
I love making fun of this stuff. That's why I'm here. is to make fun of the ridiculousness of space, bro. And whether it's Polaris is 400 light years away or 93 million miles or solar panels on Mars, yeah, I'm going to make fun of it because none of it, not a single one of it can be verified as reality, bro. And that's all I'm here for, is to laugh at the people that think, oh my God, well, we went to Mars, we invented computers and solar panels and we're rovers. And dude, I knew a guy that put the second rover on Mars, man. He worked at JPL right here. And, you know, his attitude was not over enthusiastic about putting. He's like, yeah, I helped, but you know, good luck.
Does anybody here remember seeing when all that shit about Tartaria was going on a few years ago? He showed a picture of some Tartarian people standing at a desk, and on the wall was a flat screen TV, and they had cell phones in their hands.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff like that over the years. I've been looking into Tartaria. I'm like, okay, what in the world happened before our generation, our people, our parents, what the fuck happened, man? What the fuck was up with
What I want to know is what
I've
fucking
seen
happened.
helicopters. I've seen helicopters on ancient Egyptian
Yeah.
script where I'm like, what do you mean you got a helicopter on something that was 2,000 years ago, bro? Really?
Yeah. And they got Hamana. You know what a Hamana is, right?
A what?
Flying spacecraft. Hamana. From India. India stories about their goddess.
Here in India, I'll tell you,
they got flying machines.
We got flying machine. We're flying forever here in India. Yeah, don't you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm trying to be comical.
You got these there's this thing that Zeus held in his hand, and it was like had points on both ends, and it had these little spikes on it, and there was a name for it. There's pictures of people in ancient history holding these things, and it allowed them to control lightning. It says also in Greek text, it says from Ammon Hillman, it says that it allowed you to control flying machines. And it was some sort of a weapon that Zeus held in his hand, and some of these other demigods or whoever these people were, even if that was real or whatever, but they had this fucking thing they held in their hand that would control lightning, and it was some sort of a weapon. And it also could control flying machines, they said. I don't know. Weirdest shit I ever heard of. I've been looking into, obviously you guys can tell I've been digging real deep lately. And there's some weird fucking shit going on out there.
Hey, man.
I'm telling you what.
Dude, if you just want to go into weird shit, I'll go into like the World's Fairs, man. I mean, we can go into some
that's pretty weird.
The World's Fairs is like super crazy, man. Incubator babies to,
Yeah, I've seen pictures
machines, electricity, yeah. The World's Fairs alone is absolutely blows my mind because they're supposedly doing all this stuff in 1896 or whatever. Like, oh my goodness, man. It just doesn't add up, man. That's all I'm saying. Do I have any? Dude, I wasn't there. I don't know, man. But I think there was some kind of reset that.
I think there's been a couple.
It might have been a few. Yeah, exactly. And somebody took advantage of all that and said, "Hey, man, let's we already got computers and stuff, but let's kind of ease it into the system, man. We can't just give them internet. Today we have to kind of kind of like baby feed them. Yeah. And
Yeah.
and while we're baby feeding them, man, we can make a bunch of money. Like, well, that sounds good, man. Let's do that, bro. Yeah, we'll make a bunch of money, and we can buy, islands and our own private islands and private airplanes and private landing strips. And yeah, I mean, they always ask us, man, why would they lie? Why would they lie about this shit? I'm like, dude, you got your own island. You got your own fucking super yacht that gets 27 gallons to the mile. You got your own, helicopter. Yeah. Why the fuck would they lie? Why? Well, why would they lie? I mean, I know that Joe Schmo, fucking PhD, professor at fucking Yale, doesn't, he don't give a shit about what he's just teaching, what is real as far as like mechanical engineering or whatever. He ain't gonna give a fuck all, man. He's making, 150 grand a year plus, and he ain't gonna fucking like, he's just gonna teach whatever he was taught. He ain't gonna fucking get out of the fucking weeds and go, hey man, wait a minute, man. This works in this physics, but it doesn't work in this physics. He's not gonna go there, man. He's just not gonna go. And I probably talked to like 10 of those guys over the years, and they were like, yep, I'm a PhD professor at, wherever, Columbia College or wherever. He didn't even, Germany. Didn't matter. But I've talked to doctors, lawyers, everybody in here. Everybody. Every kind of. And they're all like, hey, man, how do we prove that the Earth is spinning through outer space at millions of miles an hour, bro? Not like, oh, we're just spinning through Earth around the sun. It's slow, man. It's like really, really slow, bro. Slow, man. Just trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. That's what we get. I went to school. I learned this shit, man. I know what I'm talking about.
Have you seen the vases? Have you seen the vases that they found in these tombs or somewhere in Egypt? And they're these vases made out of granite stone, and they put them on some like a CNC analyzer to analyze the perfectness of these vases that were made. The top of the lid is the roundness of it all is within 1/1000th of a millimeter.
Fuck yeah!
Perfect.
Like it's crazy, right?
Yeah, and the entire vase, there's 100 of them they found now. Entire vase, the thickness of the walls is within about the same tolerance. It's less than a millimeter difference in thickness, the entire vase. And then they put a plumb bob down through the center, a light that went straight down from the edge of the lid and measured to the side, and it was within less than 1,000th of an inch. And perfect. There's no way they can make that today. They said they could do it. They could actually make the vase like that today, but they would have to actually design a CNC machine and all this other stuff to do the job, which they don't have yet, but they feel like they could design the lathe and a CNC and whatever they would need to cut these vases out of a solid piece of stone. And they don't have it yet. And they're finding thousands of them in Egypt. Yeah.
That's weird, man. That's
Yep.
That's an anomaly that needs to be investigated, checked out. And
They're doing that right now. Yeah, there's people that are digging deep into it right now. So yeah,
I love that. I think that's why we're here, to kind of uncover the absurdities that we are being sold. On this earth, man. It's like outer space is an absurdity, bro. In my opinion, because none of us have never been there, bro. And it's so obvious that none of us had never been there. And I always love asking Globers, man, have you ever been to space, bro? No. Have you ever seen the Earth from outer space? No. Yeah, and that's all I'm asking for, bro. I'm not like saying I'm a dick. You know, I'm not going to pin you to some stupid shit you said, but just admit to me, bro, that you have never seen the Earth from outer space. That's all I'm
Oh,
asking.
but yeah, but the ISS is sending pictures all the time. What do you mean?
We got video. I mean, it's live streamed. How could you deny the live stream? Come on, God Rockin'. How could you
Yeah,
deny
yeah.
the ISS live stream? I mean, oh my God, it's so amazing. I mean,
That's why I'm telling you, dude. That's why
I
I'm
watch
telling
it.
you.
I watch
You
it
gotta
every
look at
day.
the live stream. Gotta look
Yeah.
at the live stream, and you gotta believe it. You have to believe that it's real.
You got to believe it's real, man.
And
But-
if you don't, you're just a Mongo.
Well, I'm going to give him the Mongo question and say, hey, man, have you actually ever been to outer space to see it with your own two eyes? That's all I'm asking, man. It's not a hard question, bro. It's a simple question. Please let me know.
There was some idiot in the 24/7 earlier tonight, and he was talking about this kind of stuff, and he said, I can't remember, but he was like, the ISS and all this stuff, you know, that's how we know that we live on a globe and this. And I mean, this was on and he was asked the same question you just said. And he's like, well, no, I've never been there. I've never looked at it, but you know, but they got the live feed. They got the live stream, you know. Yeah, they have. Who's they? Well, them, you know, those other, whoever they are.
Exactly. Hey, last time I checked, man, there's about 600 people that have actually ever claimed to leave Earth's atmosphere into either low Earth orbit or space, which there's only been like 24 people that actually ever went to outer space. Those were the Apollo guys, man. But in reality, like, have you ever seen the globe from outer space, bro? That's all I'm asking, man. It's not a tough question, man. And I will
just pictures they send to us. Yeah, I've seen a lot of them.
Of course, I've never seen it, but I build the satellites that go up there, man. They go up there and they take data and they transfer
pictures.
They transfer data. Yeah. But my question is, have you actually ever been to see it with your own two eyes from outer space? No. Fuck no. But yet they're going to build, listen to this, God Rockin'. By 2027, they're going to have an outer space fucking hotel. I mean, just like 3 years from now, bro, they're going to be able to crank out. They're going to have, wait a minute, man. Back in the 50s.
You mean they're going to have something that flies up there at a similar height to the SR-71? Is that what you're saying?
No, outer. So we're talking about like ISS kind of level. And they're going to have the outer space hotel, man, in like 2027. Trust me.
I'm not buying it. Sorry,
well,
can't buy it.
Hey, man, I got a book over here, man, that Werner von Braun, he was saying, man, we were going to have space hotels by the 1980s, bro.
Well, it was Werner von Braun was the same dude that said something about on his headstone about the wonder of the firmament over the top of us. That, you know, why would he talk about that on his headstone?
No, that's weird, man. But Werner von Braun was like a big buddy with like Walt Disney. You guys ever heard of Walt? Yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah, and that producer, that what's his name, that did the space movie, or just that dude, the movie guy.
Who
it was friends with Disney and friends with all those people. He did that 2001 Space Odyssey. That dude.
That would be Kubrick.
Stanley. Yeah, there you go. Stanley Kubrick. There you go.
Stanley Kubrick. Yeah, Stanley Kubrick was a movie director
Yeah.
And he worked with NASA
On the moon landings.
on the
So they
moon.
say.
Um,
That's the rumor. I don't know if it's true, but that's the
Hey,
rumor.
Hey, it's Speculation Sunday, man. We could speculate a little bit and
Right,
say, hey,
right.
man, Stanley Kubrick worked with NASA. Hey, I got a picture of Stanley Kubrick walking through NASA's, NASA studios, I'll call them. Anyway,
What?
yeah, that's weird. I asked a guy one night, man, I'm like, hey, man, why would NASA loan a $1 million lens to a movie maker during the Apollo missions, before the Apollo missions? This was, I mean, it was kind of during it, but as far as the moon, it was before the moon landing, Apollo 11. They came out with a movie called Space Odyssey. And Stanley Kubrick was loaned $1 million camera lens to make the movie. I'm like, why would NASA give away $1 million lens to say, hey, man, go make this movie with this lens, bro? They would just give it to him. And it was an amazing movie. If you guys I've never seen that movie, bro, man, you got to see it. Space Odyssey, man, you got to see.
I've seen it, and it is amazing.
It's amazing, bro. Even today, it's like fuck all, man. It's like, damn, that looks real. That looks real, man. But it was all because of that lens that made that look so real. But anyway, I think they had AI for the last 25 years minimum. And people are like, oh my God, I can make the craziest music songs and videos and shit with AI, man. It's so amazing. Dude, those Mongos have had it for 25 years. And we're just now seeing the shit they can do. But I just find it was weird that Kubrick was able to get I mean, think about it, man. NASA's trying to land on the moon, Brad. Apollo. Kennedy got shot. Turmoil, civil rights, whatever. A lot of shit going on. Hey, I'm a movie maker. I want to make a movie about space. Can I borrow your $1 million fucking lens that makes my shit look really cool? Oh, okay. Here you go, Mr. Kubrick. No problem, bro. No problem. Here you go. I'm going to give you my $1 million lens. Cost $1 million. Yeah. That makes sense, bro. Like, we're in the middle of trying to go to the fucking moon, and we're going to give you our $1 million fucking camera lens, bro. What? That makes sense, bro. We're just going to give it to you to make your fucking movie. Oh, well, that's called reinforcement, because Space Odyssey came out in fucking 1968, a year before the actual moon landing. Oh, and there's some deep shit in that movie, bro. Dude, there's some
That's
9/11
what I
shit.
call seeding. So you plant the seed, and then all of a sudden you have something else later on that reinforces the growth.
Exactly. It's also called predictive programming. Have you ever heard
Programming. I've heard of that. Predictive programming. As a matter of fact, I think that movie you told me about earlier with the wizards was predictive programming.
Yes. The very first motion picture ever made
Ever was predictive programming.
was
I
Wizards
do believe it.
turned into space fucking nerds and said, "Hey, man, we're going to put our lab coats on, and we're going to go out there in the public, and we're going to present this, and we are the smart people, and we're going to take you guys to the moon.
With us.
Nobody else can do it, bro. Nobody
We're
else
going
can
to
take
show you. We're going to show you. We're going to go and we're going to show it to you.
We are the scientist wizards, and we're going to the moon, Mongos. So get on
I
board."
think wasn't their names like Neil Armstrong and let's see, who else was there? Was that one that told on everybody?
Buzz Aldrin, bro.
Buzz Aldrin, yeah. Now that's the true wizard. Those are the true wizards.
Yeah, I find it interesting that it was before Apollo 11 where they actually landed on the moon, but on Apollo 8, I think they circled the moon and they came back. And what they did on a live stream was read from the Bible. I find that super interesting, bro. That Apollo 8, they were reading from the Bible. And
on the moon?
No, this was before Apollo 11. This is Apollo 8.
Oh.
This Apollo 8, I think it went around the moon. But
what were they reading? What passages? What do you mean?
I don't know, man. You could probably check it out, but I just thought it was interesting that they were reading a bunch of script from the Bible, and Nixon was like, "God told me that I am the guy that's going to take us to the moon." Nixon, President Nixon, bro. It's kind of like, I'm the guy. God told me that I'm going to be the guy that take us to the moon. Meanwhile, he's bombing the fuck out of fucking Vietnam. Fuck those Mongos. Yeah.
Wasn't he involved in Watergate too?
Oh yeah, that was his demise. The Watergate. Oh my god. What do you guys think of Watergate as being a flat Earth proof? Watergate.
You never know. That sounds about right.
You never know, man. I don't know, man. I'm just spitting off here, but
yeah, that one hit me right in the face. But yeah,
just wants to jump in, man. Please, man, it'd be great.
Who does?
Anybody? I don't know. Migo.
Yeah.
Migo, you there, bro?
Jump.
Matrix, man, you there, bro? I know you're upside down. I know.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn my head up the right way. Yep, what are you after, mate?
I need you to turn your head the right way. That will make you comprehend that you're completely not upside down. I mean, that's a weird request. I get it. It's weird, but you'll figure it out, man.
I think they've been lying to us, brother. I think I'm the right way up, and I think you're upside down.
Oh, wow! It's been reversal here. That's called a reversal. Holy shit!
What do they call that? A steel man or
burden reversal?
Burden of reversal.
Yeah. Holy shit!
Holy shit! You're right. I am upside down. Damn! I didn't realize it. That I'm upside down. Wait a minute. I'm God Rockin' and I are sideways on the globe, man. We're actually not upside down. We're sideways, man. Right? We're sideways. Yeah.
I did a sideways analogy one time for the people here on this. I can't remember what Discord I was on, but I said, look, I want you to go outside and I want you to lay on your fucking back. And I want you to look out toward, you're going to lay on your back in Utah and you're going to look completely east towards New York. Okay. Yeah. And you're going to look at this certain part of the sky because you're looking east. Okay. Yeah. And then I want you to wait for 6 fucking months. I want you to go all the way around the other side of the sun, exactly the opposite side. Then I want you to lay down again, and I want you to look the opposite direction into the sky. So you're looking off to your, I don't know whether that would be east or west or whatever, but you look the opposite direction into the sky, okay? See the stars.
Yeah.
And you're going to see what stars you're looking at 6 months later, completely in the other direction.
Yep.
And why are we seeing the same stars?
Well,
We
it's
should be
because
looking in a completely different direction, dude. There's just it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, they should be changing like 6 months apart. They should be totally different.
Hey,
Yeah.
Matrix. Hey, Matrix, real quick, man. Can you see Orion's belt from Australia? Yes or no?
Oh, I don't know which one Orion's belt is.
It's the 3 stars that are kind of like in a straight line.
That does not help me.
Yeah. Ain't gonna fucking.
It's fucking
Hang
zillions of them.
Yeah. Dude, well, I knew a girl down in Australia that she videotaped Orion's belt, and I did videotape Orion's belt, and we compared our videos, and she's like, that's interesting. And she actually turned into from a flat earther to a dickhead glober, because she observed the stars going a different direction than I did. And she actually went back to the globe, man. I mean,
But were they going east or west, or were they just rotating in a different?
that's my
They were still headed.
that was my
They were
question.
still. They were still headed west, regardless.
Regardless.
Okay, I've just done a bit of quick research. Where is
All right.
it? Visible at latitudes between plus 85 and negative 75. I'm on the 32nd, so technically we should be able to see it. Well, I'm negative 32nd.
Yeah. Her and I both videotaped Orion's belt. This it was like 2018. It was back in 2018, and we compared our videos, and she was like, "Damn, is that where you see it?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and she's like, "This is where I see it," and I'm like, "Okay," and that's all we did, man. It wasn't any deeper. We didn't go into any at the time back in 2018. It was like, okay,
No
we can
speculation.
I always love it when Globers bring up, why can't we see Polaris from Australia, bro? And I'm like, well, we can all see Orion's belt from both, whatever, the northern, southern hemispheres or whatever you want to call them. But we all see the same, at least some of the same stars, bro. And I always like to bring that up because it's like,
I think there's a perfectly good explanation for that. And I think this is it. When you're looking at Polaris, and when you're like in Utah, it's at about a 35-degree angle up. You can look at the Big Dipper off to the left, and the last 2 stars on the end of the cup of the Big Dipper, they point right to Polaris. You point right at it. You know, I never have a problem finding Polaris because all I got to do is go out here and look at the Big Dipper, and it points right to the motherfucker. Okay. Well, now that's Polaris is looking north, and it's about 35 degrees up in the sky at an angle. It's not real steep. It's like 30, 35 degrees up. Now, when you head south, see how this is in the northern part of the sky. When you head south and you go all the way to Australia, that's like going away from the sun from when it's setting in the west, and you're going to go to the east as far as you can and wonder why you can't see the sun anymore, because it looks like it is set, but it hasn't, because you can pull it back in with a telescope. Now, And we pull Polaris back in from with the telescope from down there, or is it just the angular resolution is not going to allow for it?
Hey, you lost me a little bit,
Oh.
but I think I know where you're going, man. Can we see Polaris from Australia? Well, according
They
to
say no.
my evidence is no. We can't see. Why? Because it's like way on the other side of the room, bro. It's like way over there.
That's what I'm
That's
saying. It's
all
way
I'm
north,
And
it's way north, and you go way south, and it drops down towards the horizon, and it just
yeah, exactly,
it's
man.
just like the sun. It's
Hey.
like what the sun does when it sets.
Hey,
It isn't going down; it's just going so far away you can't.
you can't
see it no more.
see it, man. I mean, everybody knows that if I take a candle light and I put it at your camera 2 inches away and I start walking away, man, how far away does it take where you're not going to see the candlelight? It's a mile and 0.2, bro. That's the number, bro.
So
It's
1
the-
lumen is visible for 1.2 miles. One
One-
lumen of light.
2 miles, bro. That's it. That's it.
Mhm.
It's all you cannot
One candlelight.
Yep.
One candlelight is supposed to be equal to 1 lumen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. God rock. So yeah, how can we see the fucking Polaris from 7, 8, 10,000 miles away? We're not going to see it, but because it's over there, man. Polaris never moves, man. I mean, there's
Right.
Polaris makes a little teeny circle, but it doesn't ever it doesn't move. And they claim, oh my God, we've got this southern star, bro. We got the southern
Ross.
star, bro, man. I mean, oh, you can't see it. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, it's there, but you can't see it, and then everything rotates. It's different. Yeah. Good luck with that, bro.
It's like the center rotation point in the south, like Polaris is in the north. Is that what they're saying?
Exactly. That's their southern Polaris, man. They've got something you cannot see with your naked eye, but you can't see. But we can capture
And it's rotating the opposite direction, even though it's still going from east to west.
well, they don't even say it's rotating, but the stars around it are rotating.
Yeah, I mean, the stars around it are rotating. They're going the opposite direction, but how's opposite when they're still going west?
Exactly. They're still going east to west, bro, every time. And
so how's that opposite? How is that opposite?
well,
It's not.
it's
It's the same
debunked.
exact direction.
Yep. And we got
Yeah.
Matrix in here that can verify that, bro. The light goes east to west, bro. Sun, moon, stars. Yeah, I go east to west.
Yeah,
Correct. They
everything
go
in the
from
sky.
east to west.
Every time.
Oh, in the sky. Every star in the sky. Everyone.
They
Right.
all go from east to west.
Right. So how is that opposite in any way, shape, or form? How is that
Well,
opposite?
come
What
on.
happens is it's just a perspective thing because you get
Yeah, I know.
people like Professor fucking idiot Dave who uses the analogy, oh, it's like a clock. If you're standing here, it goes east to west. If you stand over here, it goes east to west. He doesn't ever say that the clock is fucking massive and you can't see the ends of the hands. If you are standing in the middle, it's doing this. And that's the bit that he neglects to say. It goes from east to west. That's it. If you are
Period.
standing in the middle, facing the opposite direction, it will appear to go the other way. But if you are facing the opposite way, what happens to your compass points? They are also the opposite way. So it's still traveling
Still going
east
east
to
to west.
west.
Right. Which is not opposite at all. It's identical.
No,
Right?
not opposites. It's still the same way. And where they also come unstuck is because of the way our vision works. I would like to get a camera that can do time lapse photography. I probably can with the one I've got, but I'd like to point my camera north and do it from the outer ponds, and just to see what the actual star trails do, to see if they
if you
do
could go
bend and twist and do all sorts of shit.
Yeah, you could. Nobody's going to the outer ponds. I'm sorry. That's a nice. That's a nice try, but oh fuck! What is out there? What is out there past the fucking ice wall? What if there is an ice wall? What's
Oh, is that what
out
you call
there?
the outer ponds? No, for me, the outer
Well,
pond is anyone in the southern hemisphere.
Oh, okay. Well, I've always been told the outer ponds are the ones on the other side of the ice wall, or beyond the dome where it connects to the earth, or whatever. Or maybe the dome is just ways way out there and hooks down way like 100,000 miles away. I don't know, but
If I was to suggest anything, it'd be pure speculation, nothing more. The further south
Right,
I've
yeah.
ever been is Melbourne.
Melbourne, huh? Well, further south I've ever been is Mexico. That would be what's that city I went to down there? Anyway, down by Acapulco. Anyway, almost to Acapulco I went. Puerto Vallarta. There you go. Furthest south I've ever been.
Yeah, so that comes down to what? Negative 37. So there you go. That's the furthest I've
Is that
been.
what that is? That what Melbourne is?
Yeah, that's what Melbourne is. And whereabouts have you been?
Yeah. What did I say? The city in Mexico, not Acapulco, but Puerto Vallarta. There you go. Puerto Vallarta. Cruise ship vacation I went on once. It's as far south as I've ever been on this flat Earth.
I don't even know
Nice
where that
little-
is. I can see
It's-
Mexico City. Which way from there?
It's south. It's down by Acapulco, down quite a ways south, near the bottom of Mexico. Not quite on the coast. On the coast.
Puerto
on the
Escondido?
Pacific, down by the Pacific. It's on the Pacific side, not on the Gulf side. Pacific Ocean side. Past, you got. What's that place where Senior Frogs is at? That other town in Mexico. I can't remember. Fuck, I'm losing my mind. Anyway, Puerto Vallarta.
What was the name of it again? Puerto
Vallarta. Puerto Vallarta. The little town, mountain town, right on the coast. Cool fucking little city, man. Beautiful. North of Acapulco, probably, I don't know, a few hundred miles, 500 miles. Like that, maybe. I'd have to look on Google Earth.
I was going to say, you'd probably just get it straight away and go, right there. I found Acapulco.
Yeah. It's right on the coast. It's not inland. It's right on the coast, on the Pacific side. Just go north of Acapulco, and then you'll have to run into it sooner or later. I would think. I'm going to look it up on Google Earth real quick here. I'm going to search for it.
Yeah, the problem is I just zoomed in and like about 400 places just lit up.
Okay, here we go. We're on our way. Puerto Vallarta. It is. There's a. Let's see. Oh, it's a long ways from. That's wow.
When you find it, just right click on it if you're on Google Maps, and it'll bring up your bearings.
Okay, directions from here. Direct show elevation
No,
profile.
you don't even have to do that. Just right click on it, and you'll
I
get a
did.
drop down menu, and whatever your first one is, it might be 19 point something or other.
I mean the longitude or latitude or whatever it is.
Yep. What's the first number? There should be two numbers separated by a comma.
Yeah, there is. It's 23 and
There you go. That's
100.
it. 23.
Yep.
23rd parallel. That's the furthest south you've been.
Yep.
So just remember, it counts down to 0 and then goes back up again. So
Oh,
I've
I
been
see.
to 37, and you've only been
It's right
to,
next to Mexico. Mexico City is right to the right of east, southeast, a little bit south and a little bit east of Puerto Vallarta is Mexico City. Anyway, it's in the state of Jalisco. I had a friend of mine that was born and raised in Jalisco, Mexico. And his two cousins killed a couple of DEA agents in the mountains in Jalisco once, and they got in some really big trouble. He hung them in the streets. Little mountain town called Piquamo. Yeah. He was a pretty good dude. I liked Tony. His name was Antonio Toscano. Nice guy. Anyway, yeah, Puerto Vallarta. That's the farthest south I've been, and I think that's. You said, what did you say? The 20. I said 28th parallel, whatever. Maybe it's the 20th. Maybe
yeah,
it's,
so whatever that first number was. So it'll be, say, 20 point, and there was normally 4 or 5 digits behind it.
Yeah, I think it said 20. The 20. I can't read it. My glasses. Now it says 32. Be wrong. But it said 23 before. It says 32 now. Everybody's can't. Now it says 20. Click on it again. It says 20. I don't know what's going on there. It says 20 point whatever 07 da 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 da. Anyway, a long ways down. It was kind of a fun little cruise that I went on there. That was pretty fun, I'll tell you that. That's a long ways from Australia, though, man. Australia is such a long ways away from the United States. It blows my mind how far away it is.
Not that far.
Long ways away. It's like from the United States, it's like 10 or 12,000 miles or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, about 9,000 miles, I think it is, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Because it's only 3,000 miles across from LA to New York, I think, isn't it? So it's like 3 times that far across my nation here, the United States.
There you go. Brisbane to LA, 7,182 miles.
There you go. I thought it was further. It's not. Australia is actually a pretty big continent, right? I mean, really, it's not what you'd say it's small.
Okay, I'll put it into perspective for you. The United States
Okay.
is 400 miles wider. That's it.
Yeah. It's not that much difference.
No. But it's interesting talking to people from the US. Australia is just a small island southwest of Hawaii.
Oh, shit. No, I've known it's a pretty good sized place myself, and it's quite a bit more than just south from Hawaii, I'll tell you that. You know what I'm really fascinated with is Tasmania and New Zealand. Both of those places really fascinate me a lot.
What's
Now, Tasmania and New Zealand. Tasmania, if you go on YouTube and look up gold panning in Tasmania, these guys are hiking into these super remote rivers in Tasmania. They're pulling out gold nuggets. I mean, you can see them in the river, and you're standing in the rivers, and you can see the fucking nuggets the size of golf balls in the fucking river. They're pulling up pans just full of them in Tasmania, but it takes like days or a week to walk into this place and hike. There's no roads, there's no nothing. You got to hike and walk into the jungle, way back in these treacherous mountains, and it's just full of brush. It's like 3 days of bushwhacking to get in there, and they're pulling out huge gold nuggets. It's just the most bizarre thing you've ever seen. You just YouTube it. There's some crazy fucking gold coming out of Tasmania, I'm telling you. This is just all bullshit, but it looks real to me. Tasmania is not a very big place, right?
No, it's not.
You been there, living in Australia?
No, I haven't. My parents have, but yeah, I haven't been down there. I'd like to go for a drive one day and jump on the ferry, go across, and drive around and have a bit of a look.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of like farmland and shit there, right? Looks like to me when you come up close, just nothing but farmland everywhere. I don't know what
Just
they
to give you
grow
an
there,
idea of how big Tasmania is, if you're looking at the map top to bottom, so this is basically straight through the centre, or just offset of straight down the centre, it's 159 miles.
Wow, that ain't nothing. Not really. Look, the state I live in is like 450 miles long, top to bottom. That's just one state. Utah's, I guess, is one of the bigger states in the in the United States. It's not the biggest by any means, but it's one of the top. I don't know, 5 or 10, something like that. It's pretty good sized. Yeah, but I've got a friend that I met on Discord, as a matter of fact. He goes by the name Day, and he's a native of the New Zealand, and he looks like one of the. He calls himself a Maori. Does that sound right?
From New Zealand, Maori.
Maori? Okay, there you go. It was something like that. Anyway, he quite wealthy, has a home off grid somewhere where has solar panels, has 3 rainwater cauldrons. So he collects all of his own rainwater, solar panel, like off grid, doesn't rely on electricity. It's all solar. And like I said, he collects rainwater into 3 different cauldrons, I guess they call them. And it's a really nice home. I've seen pictures of it. He walked around with his cell phone and told me he's got a pond on his property and he's got ducks and all kinds of stuff. And he's some sort of an author, writes books. Famous children's books he's published and made lots of money or something. And very interesting guy, man. Cool ass dude. Really, just the most friendly kind of guy. And been telling me that he's got relatives there that are like gang members, and then they hired the gang members as police officers in parts of New Zealand, out in the middle and out in the wilderness and stuff like that. They gave them brand new trucks, gave them police uniforms and this and that, and now the gangs are running the wilderness area of New Zealand. Maybe not in the big cities or whatever, but yeah, said it's completely changed. It's just bizarre as fuck down there. And there is relatives. He's got these gang members, there's cousins and all this stuff. They're a bunch of drug dealers and shit like that, he said, and his family. And yeah, just bizarre shit. He married some girl from, I think, from Europe. European lady. Beautiful gal, too. She sat on the couch with him a few times with his cell phone, and he, like a live video chat with him and his wife, sitting on their couch. Got a autistic child, one. The other kid he's got's brilliant, smart, really smart. And I think the autistic kid's pretty smart too. He just has that problem. It's it's quite bad, the autism, I guess. I've heard him talking to him and stuff, and it's got to be a difficult situation to raise a kid like that, but seems to be doing a pretty good job. Pretty happy with his life and whatnot. I'm happy for him. He seems like he does very well. Anyway, he told me he used to be a real hardcore Christian. He was a Mormon for a long time, LDS Mormon, and he tried to get recruited by the Freemasons, I guess. And they were trying to get him and his wife to go to these parties, sex parties, where he would share his wife and watch other Freemasons have their way with him and all this kind of stuff. And he turned him down, and he said the only reason he got away with saying no was because of his family. There are high-ranking members in the Freemasonry lodge near his house that are his family members, and so they kind of let him just kind of like, no, I don't want to get involved. Please just leave me alone. And so I guess, supposedly they did. So I don't know. Thank goodness. But I guess he was telling me about how the Freemasons are really out of control down there. Felt kind of bad for him in that way, because trying to go after his wife and him, all this shit. He was in tears over it a few times, but talking to me online. Pretty bad. Anyway, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh. And he was a hardcore Christian and LDS at one time. And then now he's been reading some new text called the Hagamadi. Does that sound right?
I don't know that one.
Well, I think it's ancient text that's very similar to maybe it's that real big religion over in India, Muslim. I guess maybe it's got some similarities to Muslim. I don't think they worship Allah, but the Hagamadi texts they're similar to biblical texts in some ways, and then they're also similar to I think one I just said, Allah being their God. what was that? What's that religion? I forget again already. It was just minutes ago I said it, but anyway. Anyway, he told me that after reading the Hagamadi text, that he was like, and this is way better stuff, probably way more true. It's more ancient, and he says it's completely changed his way of thinking. So I don't know. I haven't looked at it yet. Hard to look at all that stuff. I mean, there's just so much of it, you know.
Yes. Know exactly what that's like.
Yeah. You could probably tell I do jump around and dive into this and that and here, there, everywhere, back and forth. And fuck, it's this fucking Discord that did this to me. I met some people 24/7. Jason, What Curve over in Birmingham. We just dove deep when I first went into 24/7, the ancient history and the mud flood shit, and then the Tartarian shit, and the Starfort shit. And, I mean, just and into all these different, looking at all of it that we could find. When it doesn't matter what it was, as long as it was something new and something different. I've just kind of kept doing the same thing for all these years, and it's holy shit. It's just never ending. Never ending research that you can do to show history's not what they're telling you. Religion is not what they're telling you. Holy shit. Bizarre. I don't know where you go. I just don't know where you go with all of it at this point, I guess it's just wherever your heart leads you, whatever feels right, I guess. I don't know. It's really tough.
It's just a giant jigsaw puzzle. All you've got to do is take a step back and see how it links together. One day someone will see it all and it's like, dude, this is it.
Yeah. I'm hoping something like that will happen. Yeah. I've had some really amazing things happen to me, bro. I mean, I don't really want to get into it with too many people listening because I just don't want the criticism of it all. But I've had some really amazing things happen to me, spiritual things that were just completely out of this fucking world, dude. I mean, visitations, literally spoken to out of the clouds. I was really mad. I was living in Fillmore, Utah, and my wife was taken off into the desert with a friend of hers that came down to visit her with a bunch of farm boys from Fillmore, and I wasn't invited. I was a little upset about it. These guys are taking my wife and her girlfriend out into the desert, and they're going to be out there all night doing Lord knows what. So I'm like praying, bitching, and telling the Lord, down your wrath on these people, man. Why are they doing this shit to me? I mean, this is just not right. What's going on here? I'm walking back to the motel. I had a farmhouse I lived in. It was on 500 acres. And mine owns the whole, he's a millionaire anyway. I was working for him and he gave me this farmhouse to live in. Plus I had a motel room at the motel because I was doing maintenance on the golf course, on the motel, on the restaurant, on the gas station, on just about everything. Their billboard signs they owned on the freeway. I was taking care of all that shit for them. Anyway, so I'm walking back to the motel, which is, I don't know, half a mile up the road from where I was down at the farmhouse. And I'm just bitching to the Lord and telling him to bring down his wrath on these people and rain down. I said, rain down your wrath. I'm walking up this dirt road, and then all of a sudden, out of the clouds, I hear this loud voice. It's like, John, those things are for signs. I looked up at the clouds like, oh my gosh, what is this going on? And then all of a sudden, it started thunder and lightning and raining like you can't believe. I walked back to the motel, and it was literally pouring buckets of rain on me, like raining cats and dogs, bro. Because I asked the Lord to rain down his wrath on these people. And he spoke to me and he said, John, those things are for signs. And then crack, boom, thunder, lightning, and then rain, 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 like you had fucking never seen before. So and that's just one small thing I've had happen to me when it comes to spiritual type things. And I think I have a very strong testimony. I don't know that I'm a little disgruntled about the Jesus thing at this point. Because you know that the Christ thing was done probably a dozen times before Jesus was born. I mean, there was other people that were being fathered by a virgin, were supposedly the Savior or the Christos that was born from a virgin. That happened like at least 5 times in the world before Jesus showed up.
Now,
And he
the
just
question
didn't.
I'm going to put forward, if it's happened multiple times, why the necessity to write about it multiple times? The same
don't know.
story, just re-changed over through the generations. Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
So it
That's
must
just
be
it.
important if it's been
Yeah.
done again and again and again to remind us that,
Right.
hey, this is important.
Right. But which one is the true Savior? Which one of them is the, you know what I mean? I don't really think that it matters, to be honest with you, at this point. I think as long as you understand that there probably was a person that was born of a virgin and was, you know, like, I don't know if you followed any of Ron Wyatt's archaeological work. You know who he is? Ron
No.
Wyatt? Yeah, look up Ron Wyatt's work. You'll be really interested. He found Noah's Ark up on the backside of Mount Ararat.
Was he
Got
the
pictures
fellow
of
that
it.
went up there with video and cameras and they got basically arrested and all of their stuff taken off them?
Maybe. I can't remember if that happened to him. I think it could have, but he didn't. He found so many other things. It's amazing. Found the Dead Sea, where the crossing of the Dead Sea was at. Him and his sons dove down in the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea was super deep, and there was nothing it lives in the Dead Sea. It's dead, and there's coral that you cannot touch. If you touch any of the coral underneath that on the floor of the Dead Sea, it's a federal crime of some sort. So anyway, so they find this elevated peninsula or whatever you want to call it that was under the water that would have worked perfect for the crossing of the Jews to get away from the Egyptians. Well, he goes out there with his sons and they dive down. He's got this underwater camera. He's got pictures. You can show him. He's got videos of it. Of golden chariot wheels. At least one chariot wheel that was gold plated, and it says in the text in the Bible that there were some very special chariots of some sort. I can't remember what they were called, but they were like super fancy ones, basically. Oh, there's chariot wheels. He showed probably maybe 3 or 4 of them on the bottom of this Dead Sea, but they had coral growing all over them. You could tell what they were, but they were covered in coral, so they were illegal to even touch them by any means whatsoever. You can't touch any coral in the Dead Sea because it's so endangered. Anyway, so they take pictures of all this stuff. His sons went down and touched this golden one. They tried to pick it up. They said they couldn't. It was too heavy. But they got pictures of it, this golden chariot wheel. Anyway, and so then they go up, and where that crossing was at, they find Mount Sinai, or where did Moses get the tablets? Wherever went upon the mountain and got the tablets, and it was on fire, and it was up there. He was up there for 3 days, and the mountain was on fire. Well, the top of that mountain right there, it's actually in Saudi Arabia. The real Mount Sinai is actually in Saudi Arabia, not where they said it was. And you can see the mountain, the whole top of it's burnt black. You can see it. Anyway, around back of that mountain after Ron Wyatt died. There's many more stuff that Ron found. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But this other guy followed Ron's work, and he went to that place where at the Dead Sea crossing, and he went across this to the other side where the Israelites escaped to, and there's the picture of the calf where they were the golden calf they were worshiping. Stone. There's what do they call them? Petroglyphs or panel carving panel over there. Big rocks with a calf on it, and many other things that had to do with the era that the Israelites carved on the stones over there once they got on the other side and waited for Moses to come down off the mountain with the 10 Commandments or whatever. And there's an altar there. There's a place where you can see where they were all living. There was all these little rock buildings and whatnot. And one time you could see there was a little lake right there, and the scripture it talks about there being fresh water there for them. Well, it's all dried up now, but you can see where it was. Anyway, you can see their houses and everything where they were living. And it was just big enough for like the 2 million people that were supposedly had exodus out of Egypt. Anyway, so this guy goes over there and finds all of this new stuff. He finds the calf carved on the rocks, the altar, a place where they kept all their animals, a big corral. And then he goes around behind that stuff, around the backside of Mount Sinai, I think it is, where he got the 10 Commandments. And this guy finds three kilns that they were used for melting down metals, ores, gold, iron. And there's molds back there that are still on the ground, and there's one big mold that's on the side of one of these kilns where they were melting down gold, and you can see the cherubim's wings. The mold for the wings is still there. It's mounted to the side of one of these kilns. This guy's pointing it out. Look, there's the cherubim wings that is on the Ark of the Covenant. That's where they built the Ark of the Covenant and put the 10 Commandment tablets in the Ark of the Covenant at that site. And that's where they built the Ark of the Covenant. And you can see the rings that the mold, the things they carved in the stone where they poured the liquid metal in to make the rings, and the gold wings for the cherubims. And I mean, there's just all kinds of molds hooked to these kilns that were right at the base of Mount Sinai. And the guy goes up on Mount Sinai and hikes all the way up to where it's burnt, and he chips away a little bit of the stone. And he says, look, stone is underneath where it's burnt. You can chip it off, and it's back to the regular color stone that's down below at lower elevation. Up top, it's just burnt black. And that's the mountain that was on fire for 3 days when Moses was supposedly in the mountain in the 10 Commandments. And so there's workstations back there by these kilns. There's a place you can see where they were working the metal and there were little structures, like a place where it was just like a work site where these kilns where they were melting all this metal down, and that's where they built the Ark of the Covenant. When they put the tablets in there, and then they moved on from there and transported them. I think it ended up in Solomon's temple. The Ark of the Covenant did, at least that's what it says in the Bible. So that stuff has been found, and thanks to Ron, he didn't find the kilns, but he found the Mount Sinai and the Dead Sea crossing, and somebody else followed his work and then found those kilns. Anyway, so he goes to Jerusalem or wherever Solomon's temple is on the Temple Mount, and Ron's walking down the sidewalk one day, and all of a sudden his arm flies out and points at Jeremiah's grotto. And his arm points over here, and his mouth spits out, the Ark of the Covenant's in there. What the hell did I just say? He was walking with one of his sons, or I can't remember who he was walking with someone, And they heard him say it too. And he's like, dude. So he went back to that grotto, and it was a garbage site. There was these caves. So he started excavating, pulling out this garbage. He went back for like 3 years, had to go home and earn money, go back to work. He was a self-made archaeologist. He wasn't a mainstream archaeologist. He did not have a degree, but he found all this stuff and many other things that I'll tell you about here in a minute. If you're interested, I can shut up. You can just tell me. You don't want to hear about it.
No, you're right, mate. Keep going.
Anyway, so he goes to this Jeremiah's grotto and it out, keeps digging. It goes down in these weird little tunnels, and he takes all this garbage. They were packing garbage in there for like centuries. Then he gets back in there. He finds this rock after 3 years of it. I mean, he's filming the whole time. Pictures of him in these tunnels down in there with a couple of helpers, his son, and one guy that was helping him a little bit. And he's documenting this whole thing. He gets in there and he finds this wall down in there. And we're talking like a few hundred feet inside the mountain in these tunnels that were just full of garbage, rocked off, sealed off. And so he found this place sealed off. And so broke through the wall where it was sealed off. They could see something in there that was covered with animal skins. It was in the corner there, and it had all these animal skins over the top of it, and these like planks of wood that were stretched out over it, and it was the Ark of the Covenant. And so he sent this guy in there. The opening that he opened up to get in there. This is all video on all this stuff. Watch it. Guy went in there, and he was in there for just 30 seconds. He come flying out of there. I'm gone. I'm going. I'm not going back in there. Don't ask me. I'm outie. I'm gone. I'm leaving. You're on your own. I'm out of here. I don't know what he's seen exactly, but when Ron later on went in there, opened it up more so he could get in there, goes in there, gets in there, and he's standing in there. All of a sudden, there's these 3 guys in there standing around. He's going, "Fuck are you guys?" And he goes, "Well, we're the angels that have been guarding this covenant since the day it was put here." And Ron took the tablets out of the Ark of the Covenant and put them on this shelf. And in the meantime, these guys rearrange. I don't know whether they did it while he was there or after he came back again. They rearranged this cave. It had like artifacts from the temple, like the candlestick holder thing that I can't remember what you call it. That it has like 6 candles on it. It's made of gold or whatever. It was in there. Some other artifacts. Gosh damn it. Hang on a second. Hello. Hi. What's up? Yeah. Why? Yes. Why? What's enlightened? In what driveway?
I don't know the address. I'm going to have them come do a welfare check. This is bullshit.
Okay.
I didn't think,
I don't know. All right.
you know.
Yeah, I'll go with you. I'll go with you. Sure. Okay. Goodbye. Anyway, I got to go with my sister here in a minute, but I'll finish this as quick as I can. Anyway, so he finds this Ark of the Covenant. They put the tablets up on this little shelf, and then they organize all the furniture in there, and then they seal it back up. They tell Ron that the reason they did that is because at the time that the Antichrist arrives, they're going to open this up for people to come in and see this stuff, hopefully to bring them back to the Lord or bring them back to believing in God or whatever they think good that's going to do. If people could actually come in and witness and see the tablets, the 10 Commandments, see the Ark of the Covenant. Anyway, he claims that these angels told him that was the purpose. He was shown it. Found it. Anyway, so then he moves on and he finds Sodom and Gomorrah. Finds this ziggurat. You know what a ziggurat is, right?
Yes.
Sumerian building. Finds these ziggurats and they're just like total ash, burnt, just burnt. Like you can't believe. You walk up and touch the walls, the outside walls, and they just crumble apart. There's these balls of sulfur embedded into these ziggurats everywhere, on the ground, into the sides of the ziggurats. This city, he claims, was Sodom or Gomorrah, one of the two, or both. I'm not quite sure. But it certainly looks like it. I mean, those are definitely ziggurats. And those sulfur balls, he digs them out of the side of the buildings and then lights them with a lighter. It's this sulfur that burns and it turns yellow when it's burning and drips like liquid dripping and burning. And it's like this fire and brimstone that came down from the skies. Anyway, so he finds that as well. This is one of Ron Wyatt's discoveries as well. You can find Ron Wyatt discoveries if you look it up on YouTube. And what else did he find? Found something else here. Just give me a second. Anyway, this Ron White guy was an amazing dude, man. He found, like I said, Noah's Ark. He found, and when he found Noah's Ark, he found down from the Ark, he found this little rock building that he figured was Noah's first house. And you know what a millstone is?
Yes, I do.
They hang off the side of the ship. They were hanging off the side of the Noah's Ark, and there were these 13-foot tall millstones with holes drilled in them. And the one that was there at this house had a wave carved in it with a boat and 8 people carved onto it. So that was Noah and his family, the 8 people that were on the ship. He found that millstone at that little house that Noah built when he first got off the ark there. Anyway, how he found that was he was headed into town, and all of a sudden he was flying in to do some investigation to try and find Noah's Ark. Going into town, get a motel room, and the car dies. Like, what the fuck? The car just died. The taxi. So he tells his son, says, all right, look. He says, I just got a premonition. He says, can maybe, oh, my sister's here.
Alrighty, mate. Catch up.
It's a little rock side of the road, and so they could find the place again. On the way back into town, car dies again. So he pulls over. They build another rock monument. So the second one, stone or something like that had fallen off the ship, or I can't remember what exactly they found. They found some stuff, and they followed from that first pile of rocks up, and that's when they found Noah's house, and then up the hill from there they found Noah's Ark. Anyway, so this guy Ron Wyatt's an amazing dude, by the way. You can just look it up on YouTube. Ron Wyatt Discoveries.
Yep.
He documents all it. Oh, yeah, right on. Cool. Really cool shit, dude. I mean, if you buy into any of that stuff.
Mini documentary on him before. Yeah, he was the guy that I was talking about that had his cameras and stuff taken off him.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, all right. Well, I got to go. My sister claims there's some dude in Layton named Ricky that his car's been parked outside of his house. He won't answer the phone for like 3 or 4 days. It won't answer the door, and he's been threatening suicide all these days. Yeah. So my sister's wants me to ride out there, and we're gonna do what's it called? A wellness check. Have the cops come by.
With you.
I don't drink, but anyway. Anyway, so I'm going to ride out there with her. She asked me to ride out there, so I can't tell my sister no. Anyway, thanks for listening to my bullshit.
Nah, you're right, God rocking. All right.
Have a good night, man. Yeah. All right, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow or something. Have a good night.
Cool. See ya.
Yep, thanks.
If anyone else would like to continue the conversation, you are more than welcome to do so. But I have to go myself. Adam, can you press play on the jukebox, please?
Comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on. Do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it, it's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
It hasn't been
not in
tested.
a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's wrong
wrong,
hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm not reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying
according
to
to NASA.
what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said that they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah, I
is
want
not
to read enough on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
I think maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at the dot. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So, what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay. No. So if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
it's different
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again.
What's your problem?
If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
Fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. There's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah. So I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that you can scale it.
Wouldn't even have to be that
Scale
long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hallways, like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far, I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon, I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
May I answer?
but a
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mhm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
Why not?
the ship is a point. If you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what
don't
I
know
just
if you
said.
get what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
Isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So
wouldn't be
what
able
you
to
would
see that.
what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Can I add something?
Right, that
Because
part's going to disappear.
obviously,
first.
obviously,
just
the
think about-
whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
Yeah, no, but
the
think,
hallway.
Right,
think
so
about this. Think
stop
about this.
there
The
for a second.
ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most clippers don't get. And that
Can I
it's
add
worth
something?
noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Can I
Yeah,
add
that was a
something?
really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit,
Can I add something?
like I understand
anyone
what you
can-
mean, but
Can anyone hear me?
every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would be
do you know what the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you
Yeah,
said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You proven that to me?
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And a mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that angular
resolution?
area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend. You say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. Right. So with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
Imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. Imagine like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality, it's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellent.
Yeah, so it's
Well
like-
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go
I'm
check
not
it
saying
yourself.
you-
You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8 inches.
Right, so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right? Between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing is supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold,
that would be a slip.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. with a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the Earth
acceptable.
was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Right, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent
like,
person, right? You'd lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige.
All right.
It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the
Make
United
them
States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right,
better
so
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Drace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. Like, you know, so what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
stream.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no.
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like...
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses, because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk. Let me hear.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's
Perfectly
false.
logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destructions in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Welcome everybody to Modern Day Debate. Today we're going to be debating flat versus globe. And to get us started out, we have Flatzoid on the floor. So Flatzoid, the floor is yours and you have up to 10. Oh, not Flatzoid, sorry, Peter. We decided this. I'm so used to this, Flatzoid. You always go first when we host you. So Peter's going to take the floor. So Peter, the floor is yours and thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, we sure can.
All right, I'm going to try to share my screen.
Yeah. I'm going to fix up these names right quick. I knew I should. I forgot something. I got to hit save.
All right, can you see this PowerPoint presentation?
We are ready to go.
And if I full screen it, can you still see it?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, excellent. So we all ready?
We are ready, yep. I'll start your timer right now.
So, a note on topic. Flatzoid may try to bring up the motion of the Earth, modern cosmology, the vacuum of space, or gravity. However, just because he disagrees with all of science does not mean that he can assign to me a burden to defend it. I am only here to debate the shape of the Earth. Scientists knew the Earth was a sphere for centuries before gravity was even studied. They had a geocentric model with a stationary spherical Earth. Let's catch you up to speed on medieval times first before we worry about the rest. Flat Earthers say their belief is the default, similar to ancient cultures, and that belief in a globe is the anomaly. This is a lie because of one simple question of cosmology. Where does the sun go at night? In general, ancient cultures believed it either went under the Earth or outside the firmament to somewhere unknown. This means they assumed the whole world had one universal time of day or night. In the age of time zones, modern Flat Earthers try to resurrect Flat Earth by saying that at night the sun gets too far away to see. As we'll soon see, this claim not only separates their model from ancient ones, but also violates basic observational science. It traces back to a 19th century misfit named Samuel Rowbotham, and for that reason, I call it Rowbothamism. Rowbothamists use this meme a lot. It slaps your eye with an impression that their cosmology is similar to these, and assumes you will never actually research them. Well, I did, with a focus on that basic question: where does the sun go at night? In Sumerian cosmology, there was a tunnel under the Earth called the Road of the Sun that the sun traveled through every night. There's a whole scene in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 9, when Gilgamesh travels along this tunnel into the underworld. In Egyptian belief, the sun god Ra traveled in a boat through the underworld every night and was reborn in the east every morning. This nightly journey was central to Egyptian religious practices and was described in great detail in the Book of Gates. In Aztec belief, the earth goddess Tlaltecutli swallows the sun every evening and vomits it again in the morning. In fact, I did my best to survey ancient cultures all over the world. I found only a small handful of isolated scraps that could be twisted to support Rowbothamism, and otherwise a landslide against it. Even the favorite cosmology of Rowbothamists, that of the ancient Hebrews, explicitly undermines them. Most of the diagrams they show for biblical cosmology take influence from this 1909 Mormon source, which in turn takes from the Book of Enoch, which describes in great detail the 6 portals in the eastern firmament and 6 in the west through which the sun enters and exits the earthly realm every morning and evening. These heavenly portals still appear in the diagrams that Flat Earthers parade around online to this day. And if that were not enough, Jesus himself in the Sermon on the Mount says that God makes the sun rise. The Greek word for rise, anatello, has an upward connotation, which again contradicts Rowbothamism. Ironically, Eric Dubé is closer to accurate when he calls your view the Vedic model than you are when you call it biblical. Speaking of the Bible, we've heard the claim there are over 200 flat earth verses. All of these are twisted out of context, and the real count is 0. There's a property of language that can be either phenomenological or ontological. Phenomenological means pertaining to phenomena, or how we perceive the world, whereas ontological means concerning the absolute nature of something apart from how we perceive it. Now, you need to realize 2 things about phenomenological language. 1, it can be quite literal, and 2, there's nothing inherently wrong or untrue about it. We use this type of language all the time. Consider some examples. Joe stood on the roof and looked down. The streets below swarmed with people the size of ants. Judy looked out the car window and watched the trees zip past. No matter how high you go, the horizon rises to your eye level. There is absolutely no reason to call these statements figurative or metaphors or lies. Each of them can be both literal and true, although the last one is not. But ontologically, there are no ant-sized people, no zipping trees, and no levitating landforms. These are simply descriptions from an observer's eye, nothing more and nothing less. And with almost every single Bible verse used by flat earthers, not one shred of context suggests an ontological view. The ontology of Earth could not be further from the verse's topic. Even flat earthers say that certain verses are phenomenological. I mentioned Matthew 5:45. There's also Ephesians 4:26. If Flatzoid says these describe how the sunrise or sunset look to an observer, that's phenomenological. If we can agree on that for these verses, why can't we for Joshua 10 or Job 38? Pick a lane, don't swerve back and forth. That's a dishonest hermeneutic. And don't ask me for a verse supporting the globe. That's a straw man. I freely admit there is none. The Bible never discusses the shape of Earth as it looks from an absolute perspective. In fact, the very concept of an absolute perspective on the Earth is a modern idea. You are back projecting that onto the text without even realizing it, and then twisting it to support your ignorance. So what do we actually observe? Well, first let's take some remedial geometry. Through any 2 points, you can draw either a straight line or a curve. To fully disambiguate, you need at least 3 points. The more the merrier. Some examples. Flat earthers love to reframe Eratosthenes' experiment with flat earth assumptions, but this only works because he measured from 2 points. Measure from a third, and flat earth is shattered. Same with Polaris. For any 2 measurements, you can make it work, kind of, on a flat earth, but with a third, you will shatter it, and so on. A similar concept here with arc length of longitude from your friend Where is Wally using 1,300 data points, but you need at least 3. Robothomism exploits this by isolating you to guarantee you never have that. They say, stop trusting what you've been told all your life and start looking at things for yourself, which really translates to don't get help from others and cripple yourself from doing much science. Well, it turns out even playing by these rules, you can get 3 points by varying time instead of location, and that's precisely what I did. This diagram is important, so we might come back to it later. This shows by simple trigonometry that a Robothomist sun would follow an arctangent function through time. I demonstrated this visually. Can you guys see that video?
Yep, we can.
I demonstrated this visually by holding a flashlight at my waist and walking straight away from the camera until it was gone. If we overlay frames at a constant interval, we see the distance between images shrinks dramatically, then sits for a long time before it's gone. That's what the arctangent function predicts. But this is not what the sun does, and I took a 3-hour time lapse to prove it. If you are trying to measure the sun's size, exposure is a problem, as you can see with this video of filter on our camera here. To show this, I had 2 identical cameras side by side, one with welding glass and one without. But size was not the main thing I was measuring, it was position. I used a compass and sextant, pictured here, to measure hard numbers, but the footage speaks for itself. When we overlay frames like we did with the flashlight, it's completely different. The distance between images stays the same the whole time. It just pretty much goes plop straight down into the horizon below eye level. So Flatzoid, you will no doubt try to dodge this by saying sunset is an optical illusion. That's called a rescuing device, something with no positive evidence in itself, which actually contradicts other claims you make elsewhere. Unfortunately for you, we know how light refraction works, and it does not help you here. The sun absolutely does not set by moving too far away. Now pair that with the principle of time zones. Flatzoid is 6 hours ahead of me, which made scheduling this debate rather difficult. We all agree, I hope, that if I had done this exact experiment 800 miles east, it would have given identical results but an hour earlier. That means that at all times for someone somewhere on Earth, the sun is currently going below their eye level. It cannot be both above and below a flat Earth at the same time. The only answer is that eye level is relative, changing by 1 degree every 69 miles.
1 minute.
What's that?
You have 1 minute left on the floor.
Oh, thank you. As assuredly as 1 + 1 = 2, sunset plus time zones equals globe. So Flatzoid, I want you to answer 3 challenges. Number 1, where did you or Samuel Robotham get your cosmology? If you say from the Bible, show me 1 Bible verse that clearly describes a Robothamist local sun. Number 2, without being selective, explain to me how the sun goes up and down in Matthew 5:45 and Ephesians 4:26. I want you to apply your own logic to yourself. If saying that's how it appears denies God's word in Joshua 10, then it does so here as well. Give me a consistent hermeneutic. And number 3, I measured the sunset and proved it goes beneath us. If you disagree, then explain where I went wrong. Show the math, show the missing factor, show a scientific theory that explains my evidence. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Peter, for your introductory statement. We will get back to our main debate screen there, so I'll just stop the share on my end, don't mind me, and we'll go back over to our main screen. So thank you, everybody, for coming out for the debate. Thank you again, Peter, for your introductory statement. We are Modern Day Debate. We welcome you here, everybody hanging out. We hope you hit the like button. We hope you enjoy our discussion today, Flat versus Globe. We are a neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, politics, and religion. We hope that y'all are going to hang out and participate. We got a question Q&A. We do super chats here, so if you want to ask a question to either of our speakers, if you get a question and now through super chat, it'll be asked nice and early. With all that out of the way, all the housekeeping, I'm going to hang up the broom here, and Flatzoid, you have 10 minutes on the floor. Thanks for being here.
Awesome. Well, I just want to say thank you, MDD, for hosting this, and Peter for this. I was under the impression we're going to do more biblical based, but I'm happy you brought up so many other cosmologies and things, which is great, because I actually decided I'm going to bring up some Christian scholars who described as the Bible depicting a flat earth, and atheist scholars, so we can go through that. And there is an issue I do have with the Robotham point, though, because I've never claimed to be a Robothanist, so that's a bit weird, but we'll get to that. Anyway, let's start off with some Christian scholars who said the Bible depicts a flat earth. First of all, we'll check Paul H. Seeley. Seeley is known for his work on ancient Near Eastern cosmology. In his articles, he has argued that the biblical cosmology, including references to the firmament, in other words, Rakia, in Genesis 1, reflects a belief in a solid sky and a flat earth. He suggests that the biblical writers shared a common ancient Near Eastern worldview, which included a flat earth. We can go to John H. Walton. Walton is an Old Testament scholar who has written extensively on the cultural context of the Bible. In his book, The Lost World of Genesis 1, he explains that the ancient Israelites' understanding the cosmos was similar to that of their neighbors, which often included a flat earth and a solid dome sky. Peter Enns is various writings of one touched upon the ancient Hebrew cosmological views. He points out that the biblical descriptions of the world, such as the pillars of the earth and the foundations of the heavens, suggest a flat earth model consistent with other ancient Near Eastern cosmologies. And my favorite, last but not least, is Michael Heiser. In his book, The Unseen Realm, Heiser discusses the ancient Israelite worldview, including their cosmology. He highlights that the depictions in the Bible are consistent with three-tiered universe, which includes a flat earth, a solid firmament, and an underworld. If we move on to the atheist scholars, we do have Hector Avalos. He was a professor of religious studies and well-known atheist. He wrote extensively on biblical texts and the ancient context. In his work, he has pointed out that the biblical cosmology reflects ancient Near Eastern views, which include the idea of a flat earth. Richard Carrier, Christopher Hitchens, and Michael Shermer. Now, the thing we have to understand is, if we have what we would call hostile witnesses, because we have Christian-based theologians that take Bible scripture and they say this is what the Bible describes the cosmology to be. Then we also have the hostile witness, which would be atheist scholars, which also show us that the world describes it to be a flat earth. Now, notice that every single ancient cosmology is based upon a flat earth. The only new boys to the thing would be the globe. That would be based from the Greeks when they decided, God makes perfect, and because spheres are perfect, therefore the world had to be a sphere. Now, do note that even with Jesus' time, everybody still knew the earth was flat. It was not a well-known pushed globe fact yet. It was obviously pushed in some sects of Greek mythologies and sects, you could say, which believed it to be there, and they were pushing the globe geocentric model. But it was still well known that most of the cultures then knew it was a flat earth. My point that I would be asking Peter, because we are both Christians and I'm trying to keep this biblical, if Jesus knew that everybody was learning about the wrong cosmology, that it was flat and it was actually a globe, don't you think he would have corrected them? That's one thing I would have put there. And then let's go to the context of Matthew 5:45, because he did bring up Matthew 5:45. I would say it's all about loving your neighbor. So if you have to find that in the broader context that Jesus says, it's your children, your Father in heaven, he causes the sun to rise on evil and on the good. He sends the rain on the righteous and unrighteous. It's the verse emphasizes impartiality of God's love. So Jesus highlights that God shows his kindness to all people, regardless of their moral behavior. The sun rises and the rain falls on both the evil and the good. In other words, he's not a unjust God. He doesn't say, you get this, you don't get this, we both get it, because he's a just God. He is a call to imitate God's love. So he shows his love by doing this. He shows encouraging followers to love their enemies. Jesus called him to imitate God's character and God's love. And he shows love and kindness to all, irrespective of their actions, and to become children of God, and a radical nature of a Christian love. So the conclusion for 5:45 serves as a powerful reminder of the expansive and inclusive nature of God's love by calling his followers to love their enemies. Jesus is teaching them to rise above common human behaviors and embody a divine qualities and compassion. This is going to be the same actually which you see with Ephesians 4:6. It's Paul instructing the Ephesians to be Christians how to conduct themselves. And we have to understand that verses have context and meanings. If you go and you look at Genesis, it is a historical narrative. God spoke to Moses face to face, and he gave Moses the historical narrative, the biblical worldview. Either you have to decide for yourself, is God lying to Moses? Did he lie to him? Or was Moses illiterate and didn't understand what God was saying? So I would unfortunately have to place the burden onto you, Peter, because we're both Christians, we're both Bible-believing Christians, and if you are claiming that God spoke to Moses, it wouldn't be just allegorical. You'll have to take it literal, because if you're saying a historical narrative is only allegorical, you'll have to provide evidence that it is so. You have to look at context with verses. I do agree that a lot of context is taken in verses in the Bible that can be allegorically made, but you have to look at the whole verse as a whole to see what the context is about. When it comes to the cosmology, that is based on actual physical, historical narrative that existed. Now, the rebuttals you want me to give, we're probably going to get into that now with the sun changing size, angular size, and the positions and stuff. This has been explained many times. And yes, I will stick with it is optical. The sun's not in a physical position and definitely not 93 million miles away. I have never claimed it to be a robotic claim, as you put it. So that's a bit odd to try place that onto me. And I still don't understand how it would be, in conclusion, to not make it a flat earth, because I have actually done demonstrations and I have also done some diagrams. I think Peter's seen it as well. We'll probably go through it later now, where you can see it's just based on the perspective grid and your line of field of view. So as you're going, you got your limited field of view, and it's following that curve of the limited eye vision. So next, he wanted us to talk about the difference between the phenomenological and ontological properties. So I would say that if we had to take the ontological by definition, the ontological is a philosophical study of being and existence. It explores the nature, categories, and structures of what exists. So the key questions would be, ontology asks questions like, what is the nature of being? What kinds of entities exist? What does it mean to exist? The methodology would be an inquiry involves abstract reasoning and conceptual analysis to understanding the fundamental aspects and categories of being in existence. The notable philosophers' key figures include Aristotle, who is one of the earliest ontologists, and Martin Heidegger, particularly in his latest work where he's just focused on questioning of being. And then we see on the focus, it's the nature of existence itself, the basic categories of being and a relationship between two types of entities. Then we go look at the comparison or contrast between the phenomenological and ontological. If we look at perspective, phenomenological would be concerned with how things are experienced, focusing on the subjective perception of the consciousness, and ontological would be concerned with what things fundamentally are, focusing on the objective nature of existence. The objective versus subjective is phenomenological, sorry guys, emphasizes subjective experience and the meaning things have within that experience. Ontological would emphasize the object's reality and the essential nature of being. I'm going to close this off quickly with, if you had to walk along the side of a beach and you saw a sandcastle, would you claim nature created itself, or was there a creator that created it? And therefore, you would understand that it had a purpose. And I'll close off my 10 minutes of that. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Flatzoid, for your introductory statement. Looks like we're going to have lots to go through as we get into our discussion here. So we have agreed to the format of 2-minute back and forths to everybody in our live chat who might be thinking we're doing a different format. So I'm going to get the timer ready here, and I'm going to remind our live chat here. If you are listening on podcast, I want to let you know right quick that all of our debates are uploaded to podcast form within 24 hours of us hosting them. So if you are listening on your favorite podcast app, make sure you are subscribed to the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel so that you don't miss out on the live events and you can engage with our speakers in the Q&A after the show. So with that out of the way, we'll go into a 2-minute back and forth. So Peter, we'll start with you on the floor to respond to some of what you just heard, and timer's on.
All right, thank you. Flatzoid, thank you for helping me make my point for me about biblical cosmology, that the ancient Hebrews, their cosmology was indeed tied to this ancient Near East cosmology, which, as I showed, is anti-robothemist. Now, you mentioned that several times that you have never claimed to be a robothemist. I'm not sure if you're aware that one can hold a viewpoint without necessarily knowing the terminology that everyone might use for that viewpoint. I admit I invented the term robothemist, but I described very explicitly and clearly what my definition is for that term. And the definition fits your view. It is a flat Earth model where the sun travels in a circle overhead and never goes beneath or outside, the flat Earth. It's a time zone based flat Earth model. And I can actually share my screen here to show a drawing I just made while Flatzoid was talking here. It's kind of a Venn diagram. Can you see this? Okay, so here's the globe. Here's robothemism. Here's ancient cosmologies. Globe and ancient cosmologies are both observational. The globe is based on time zones. Ancient cosmologies are not, because they didn't know about them. Your cosmology is up here based on time zones and is a flat Earth with the ancient cosmologies, but it is not observational. Okay, so your cosmology has as little to do with the cosmology of the ancient Hebrews as mine does. Okay, you cannot falsely claim that your cosmology is biblical here, because I showed you that ancient Near East cosmology, is that 2 minutes? Okay, I showed you ancient Near East cosmology showed the sun going underneath the Earth at night.
Okay, first of all, I appreciate everything, but you're not listening to what I said. I am not a Robothian. I've never claimed to be. And what a person makes their own model to be doesn't dictate the rest of humanity. So yes, I am labeled a flat earther because I'm a Hebrew cosmologist. I believe in the Hebrew cosmology, which the Bible 100% describes. And yes, it's been observed through every civilization through history. You making the claim it's never been observed is you having to back that up. If we just even read through Genesis, we can go through the scriptures if you want to, and those scriptures will clearly show that the earth is described as a stationary horizontal plane that is enclosed in a firmament. I have one question for you, though, because you wanted to bring this to the sun. Would you please tell us how a heliocentric worldview fits into the Bible with the sun only coming on the fourth day? I give my rest of my time.
So that's a problem on both of our models. You know, one can speculate. The text does not say. You know, the text does not say. So we have to basically make inferences. Maybe it was God's glory shining, or maybe God created a temporary luminary. There are many solutions to this that, you know, theologians have pondered over time, over these centuries. But your model has that same problem. As for robothemism, yes, you are a robothemist. You may not like the term, but it's correct to apply to you. And it's, no, you do not have the cosmology of the ancient Hebrews. As I showed you, the ancient Hebrews believed the sun went underneath the earth at night. So, or at least outside the firmament, you know, like in the book of Enoch. So, you know, if you want to walk through Bible verses, then answer my first challenge. Show me one Bible verse that describes this robothemist local sun that never goes underneath or outside. As for heliocentric cosmology, as I told you, that's a straw man. The Bible does not describe the ontology of Earth. That's a modern concept. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, again, he is straw manning me by telling me I'm a robothemist when I literally told I'm not. So could you please stop calling me a robothemist, because I'm literally not. I don't ascribe to Robothem's model. I ascribe to a Hebrew cosmology. And no, the Bible is very clear. Genesis 1 verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Notice that he made them in the firmament. They do circuits around the earth, as the Bible says. Notice that there's no contradiction for my problem, because on the fourth day, the sun came on the in the Bible. The heliocentric model requires a day for a rotation of the earth to be there, to go around. So in other words, your earth has to do a full rotation around the sun to be considered a day. So the full rotation, 24 hours going around the sun to make your day. There is no rotation. And just based on Genesis 1 alone, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Means it's not heliocentric, because a sphere has form. A flat earth does not. So I would love you to try and explain to us how you have a day if you're claiming a heliocentric model. Thanks.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, so I think you're confused. A day does not mean a full revolution around the sun. All a day means is one rotation of the earth. And that can happen no matter what the source of light is that's illuminating the earth. If it's God himself with his glory, or if it's a temporary luminary until he created the sun, either way, all it has to do, all the earth has to do is rotate. As far as, I mean, if you, for whatever reason, the term robothemism offends you, we can choose a different term, maybe the zetetic model or something. But I object to you calling it the Hebrew model, because it is not, as I showed you. You still have not shown me one Bible verse to support that. So I yield my time.
I'm going to take myself off mute for the audience so that so I have it right now that only the speakers can hear me, because I'm just a glorified timekeeper. But yeah, if you guys did want to move into outside of the Bible and move into other examples as well, we can move into that, because I know this is a different avenue that we're kind of going down, which is cool. But I know Flatzoids has other arguments that he's brought up as well in the past, just from hosting him prior. So you can always move down into different territory, but I'm going to try to remain on mute here while I just manage time. So go ahead there, Flatzoid.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm trying to keep it biblical at the moment, because because he is also a Christian as myself, and we both do hold the biblical worldview. I did bring up scholars, atheist and Christian scholars, that both disagree with Peter. Notice that I did bring up a scripture. I can bring up many more. We can go to Joshua 10, where where we look at Job 10, where we look at the sun stopping instead of the earth moving. Notice that no, I did say if it did come out wrong, yes, it's the rotation of the earth in 24 hours, but it still has to go around something to make that rotation of the, because you are falling away from the sun to make your day. There was no sun to make a day. And also note that your heliocentric model, like I said in the beginning, you didn't have a earth to rotate because it was formless. It was water. There was nothing there. So everything I've said, you can get, if you want, I can bring up books and citations showing different cosmologies, which all describe the heliocentric model, the Hebrew cosmology, just as the Bible depicts and what I subscribe to. And no, just because people like Robotham or Zedetic now make a flat earth model doesn't mean it's biblically based on the Bible. People have different views. I'm specifically telling you, this is what the Bible says, this is what I ascribe to, and I think it's wrong to try and rope me into a model I don't ascribe to.
It's not my fault that you don't understand the history of your own ideas. Your ideas do descend from Samuel Robotham. Yes, he did base them on what he understood the Bible to say, but both you and he are wrong in the same way for the same reason, because your ideas are shared. And I mean, you still haven't addressed any single point I've made. You haven't shown me one verse from the Bible that shows a Robothamist sun or a Zetetic sun or whatever you want to call it. I think you're just confused on like the globe model because you said that the Earth has to go around something for a day. The only thing it's going around is its own axis. You know, it's the poles, the north and south poles, and a sphere can be formless too. I mean, you're just kind of throwing mud here. And the other challenge was like a consistent hermeneutic for Matthew 5:45 and Ephesians 4:26. You gave a sermon. You didn't, and you know, thank you for the sermon. It was those are indeed the lessons that are being taught, but that doesn't address my point.
Notice again, guys, he's ignoring the big issue he has. The Bible doesn't describe it having a form, so therefore you can't claim heliocentrism. He also, again, keep on pushing me with Robothanism, which I have no anything to do with him. I've never claimed him. I've never said I claim. In fact, I've said I don't ascribe to Robothanism. I ascribe to Hebrew cosmology. If his model is similar to Hebrew cosmology, it doesn't mean I ascribe to his cosmology. No, the Hebrew cosmology has been around since Moses. God spoke directly to Moses. So that's when the Hebrew cosmology was presented to the Israelites, to everybody. So no, I am not in a new kind of model you're trying to push me on. I'm telling you straight, the Bible describes the flat earth. I can give you a whole plethora of verses to give so, but we can just go to Genesis alone to show that it does show a flat earth and it can only work with a flat earth. I still don't see you going and just saying I don't understand, or that you're trying to still push a model on me that I don't agree with. Doesn't mean I don't understand, just means you're being dishonest without even saying, okay, yeah, I concede the Bible doesn't explain a globe model. It does, however, explain a flat enclosed earth.
So basically, I wanted everyone to notice that what Flatzoid is doing here is stacking the deck by changing definitions of terms to ensure that his view is, appears to be the winner. He is refusing the term Robothamism and claiming the term biblical cosmology. As I've shown many times, both of his claims there are false, and he has not addressed anything. All of the scholars that you cited, Flatzoid, they disagree with you just as much as with me. Okay? And God did not give Moses a cosmology. He gave him a historical narrative, which was not ontological. So, I mean, we could move on from the topic because we seem to be at a stalemate, but like, you're just changing definitions here.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a okay, I can't seem to find that PDF, but it's fine. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna clearly state again. Just saying nah, hand wave dismissing it doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just shows you don't want to accept the historical narrative. Note, guys, he just said historical narrative. That means God gave Moses the actual historical account of how Earth was created. So based on a biblical worldview, you either have to accept that's what God's made the Earth to be, a flat, enclosed, domed Earth, or you have to say, nah, I believe man over God and call God a liar. That's all I can say about this on biblical discussion. I would love to get onto the root meanings of words, because that would also show that it's depicting clearly a flat, enclosed, domed Earth and not a sphere. But it seems the biblical discussion we're supposed to have is now trying to get away from a biblical discussion, which I don't understand, because that's exactly what we were having, is a biblical discussion.
Like I said, it's up to you guys if you want to keep trying to explore, but if we get caught up on terms and we can't actually get into the meat of it, then it does become, like I say, a hard thing to push forward with. So and I did mean to be on mute earlier for the live chat. I'm just trying to not have this podcast completely riddled with me saying 1 minute, 2 minutes. But I'll do it if you want me to. All right. So, maybe let's try to push into some new territory. Like I said, unless we know that we got something that we can dig into a little bit more deeper here.
Well, I did find it interesting in his email. He did say maps, and he said, if you're looking at the Gleason map, the sizes and things are distorted. I would say, yeah, what about you can show me one accurate 100% map for the globe? Even your Mercator map has distortion sizes and stuff. So it doesn't really matter what the distortions are, because every map has their own unique point of contention and what they are designed for. The Gleason's map is not a distance map. It's a time and sundial map, actually. So it's not made to say the distances and the sizes of continents. So that just was one thing that I found very interesting. Would Peter be able to show me any globe map that has all the continents 100% in correct configuration, as he puts it, I would say?
All right, 2 minutes on the floor. Over to you, Peter.
So the Mercator map is distorted because it's flat. By mathematical definition, you cannot show an undistorted flat map of a spherical surface without, it's not possible. It's what mathematicians call a non-developable surface. So all flat maps of a sphere are going to be distorted in some way. The only undistorted map you can make of the surface of a sphere is a sphere, and that's why schoolrooms have globes. If you look at a schoolroom globe, that's undistorted.
All right, I think he's handing the ball back, so go ahead, Flatzoid.
Okay, no, so you would understand that it's hypocritical to say, Gleason's map, so therefore the continent doesn't look right. You would say that is then hypocritical because you don't have a map that shows it at all the same size either.
From the sounds of things, let's just try to do our open discussion, because it sounds like we're getting wrapped up nice and succinctly. I think we've set a good tone, so let's try it, fellas. Open discussion.
Flatzoid, I just gave you a map. I just described one. A schoolroom globe.
Globe's not a map. By definition, it's
yes, it is.
Go
Why
and
is
get
it
the
not?
definition. I had the same debate with FTFE, and while he was telling me it's wrong, we had the actual definition on screen saying there's a distinction between a map and a globe.
All right, well then basically you've rigged the question, because you're saying give me something that's not a sphere that doesn't distort a sphere.
No,
it's mathematically impossible.
Yeah, but that's my point. So I would say it's a mute argument to make a claim that, Gleason map, Africa's distorted or whatever. I can say, well, every map on the globe is distorted too. So therefore, it's an argument.
Okay, let me share my screen. Give me 1 second.
I understand your reasoning. I'm saying then it's just.
Oh no, I don't think you do understand my reasoning. I really don't.
You guys are trying to take spherical objects and wrap it flat. That's your whole argument.
No,
All right,
We're-
I'll give you a minute to do your screen share there.
All right.
There you go. Just let me know when you're ready. And I'll remind everybody as well, because looking at the audience here, we've got almost 700 people that are tuned in right now live. Welcome, everybody. We hope you hit the like button, share this out in those lovely spaces you like having these discussions. Looks like Peter's got his screen share ready, so let's get over here. And you're ready to go. 1 minute on the floor, Peter.
Okay, Flatzoid, can you tell me what this is?
The equidistant map.
Can you? There's more to it. Can you tell me what the orange blobs are?
That's where your sun is. I don't know. You tell me. You're the
No,
one.
it's called Tisso's indicatrix.
Okay.
It shows mathematically exactly what the distortion is.
Mm-hmm.
The distortion exactly matches how this is projecting from a globe, a spherical globe surface to a flat map. Every flat map of the globe has a Tisso's indicatrix to show the math behind the distortion.
Mm-hmm.
It can be
And?
shown mathematically that they all correspond to the surface of a sphere.
And you can show me a map that doesn't have distortions.
If by map you mean a flat surface, then no, by definition, you cannot have. How
And
are
that's my
you
argument.
acting like
And that's my
winning
argument.
anything?
And that's my argument. As I said, it's a mute argument, because in the email with what you want to say, you say, oh, because the Gleason map, it's distorted. Great.
Yeah,
So
distorted
you don't have an
according to-
undistorted. My point is, you don't have an undistorted map for the globe either.
No, you
Therefore,
just
it's a mute
chopped off
argument.
half my point. When you
It's a mute
quoted that,
argument.
no, it's not, because what I said was it's distorted according to spherical globe math. Exactly according to spherical globe math.
And?
Which mathematically shows that it comes from a sphere. If you measure the distortion on this map, it will match the distortion between this map and a sphere, which shows that the real life shape of your country is as it should be on a spherical globe.
Okay. And is there math for dark matter?
Total red herring fallacy.
No. I'm trying to make a point here. Is there math for red?
Then make
for-
your point. Don't make a red herring fallacy.
I was still talking. So there's math for dark matter. Does that make dark matter real?
That's the math of the globe can be measured using a vehicle, an automobile and its odometer, or it can be measured using, surveying equipment. There are all kinds of ways to measure the shape of your country. That's how they got these maps.
Yes, and
Dark
measurements
matter
are
is a
done-
red herring fallacy.
No, I'm trying to make a point that you're saying because maths, therefore reality. We got maths for things that don't exist. You can make maths for unicorns. It doesn't make it
Okay,
exist.
Flat, so
Now,
do you-
but
do you-
I'm glad you're moving on to surveying, because that requires a flat Earth.
No. Flatso, do you believe 1 + 1 = 2?
Yes, mathematically it does.
All right, thank you. So math can be valid sometimes. If you take one apple and you add one more apple, you have how many apples?
2 apples. And if I describe that
All right.
apple as an orange, and it's not really orange in reality, does that make it an apple?
No, you're just arbitrarily
orange.
you're using math wrong in order to try to debunk math. That's not
No,
an
it's
argument.
very simple. Can you make an equation for unicorns to exist?
That's an incoherent question. I cannot
Okay,
answer.
let's say you made an equation for dark matter. That's what we're talking about now. There's an equation that shows there has to be dark matter because it needs to exist, otherwise the rest of the models don't work. You would agree with that?
There is a specific set of observed evidence for and against dark matter.
Great.
That's why it's
But-
still hypothetical.
Okay, but my point
Because-
is there's math for it,
Yeah.
and that math describes dark matter as a real thing.
No, it analyzes dark matter as a hypothetical thing. Math does not.
Math is a description. It's a language. It just describes things. You can use math to
Yes.
describe anything. doesn't mean what it's describing is reality. That's my point.
You can also use it to deduce things, as we just did with with 1 apple plus 1 apple equals how many apples. That's a deduction. Okay, it's a very, very basic, like first grade deduction, because we can't apparently get on to the deduction that when you measure the shape of South Africa using an odometer or surveying equipment or whatever you want to use, the shape differs from this azimuthal map by exactly the right math as you would expect from a spherical Earth.
And
you
that's my
cannot get
point.
around that.
And that's my point. No map, encoding the azimuthal, the equidistant map, everyone is distorted. Okay, that's my point. So it's a mute argument because the picture on the map doesn't fit the math in reality, doesn't make the
It
math
does fit
wrong.
the math. That's what I'm showing you. It does fit the math exactly. The math exactly describes how it will differ from reality.
Okay. Now, can we please move on to the measurements? Because you says it's measured using surveying.
Well,
Do you know how surveying works?
I'm not a surveyor. If we were going to go into that subject, I would rather have what's his name, Baron, on here with me from TikTok. But I can't.
I can tell you it's done with planar surveying, and it's required to have a horizontal reference datum. So therefore, using a flat Earth to make your measurements.
Based on the conversation we just had about the math of Tissot's indicatrix and measuring the shape of your country, I am pretty sure that what you just said is wrong.
Nope. Definitely based on a flat Earth horizontal datum.
It's probably not.
Sorry, you just said you know nothing about.
I didn't say I know
nothing.
nothing.
To tell me, the guy that's telling you how it works, I'm wrong.
Well, you've shown a lot of ignorance so far. And
I haven't shown any ignorance.
Oh, yes, you have.
You've shown hand wave dismissal. You've shown still pushing things on me after I said, please don't push it on me. You've just shown you
don't get a
ignore
choice
the things
about
I'm bringing to you. You don't understand the things you bring up like surveying, and then you want to tell me I'm wrong. So I'm going to again.
I
Based on
admitted
surveying,
that I had
your
an
math-
area
your
where I
math-
was
your
not an
math for
expert.
your model. Wait, sorry, your math that comes for your maps is based on flat Earth measurements.
No.
Yes, literally horizontal datums.
It approximates a flat Earth if you only measure locally within a certain distance, because that's how math works. That's
And
how
how far-
reality and geometry works.
And how far is a local distance in planar surveying?
It completely depends on the precision required. So if you're trying to, and this is something another surveyor told me when I was live on TikTok recently. If you're pouring concrete for an entire warehouse, like you're gonna build a new Walmart or a new, something, and you need, dozens of acres of space, and you want that concrete foundation to be level, then that's big enough. You actually do need to account for the curvature of the Earth.
You use a water level. There's no account for Earth curve.
That's false. A surveyor told me otherwise. And here's the thing. You're not a surveyor. I'm not a surveyor. I admit my ignorance. You don't.
Planar surveying goes up to 150 miles before geodetic surveying starts coming. I've actually debated surveyors on the subject, so I find it very ironic that you're trying to tell me I don't know about the subject when you, in fact, don't even know what a reference datum for planar surveying is. Now I'm going to ask you again. What is the measurements they make when they do the planar surveying? Do they measure curve?
No, I don't want to go into this subject. I told you that I'm not an expert on this. I don't think you are
I
either.
don't know what. Then don't tell me. I don't know what's going on if you don't know.
All right.
I'm
So
literally telling you.
I'm just going to jump in here. So if this is not an avenue that you would like to go down into, that's totally fine, Peter. But if you want to move into a new territory, that's totally
sorry,
cool. So I can
Sorry,
see
Ryan. I just have to say you don't have to white knight for him, man. He's a big man.
Well, what was I doing for you earlier then? No, I'm just
No, it wasn't white knighting for me.
All right, no, it's
I
fine.
can hold my own.
But I want to give you both a chance, of course, to present your cases here. So, Peter, if you did have a new territory that we haven't explored yet to go into,
How about my number 3 challenge that Flatzoid hasn't even touched yet?
What was it again?
My own personal observation of sunset, combined with time zones, that equals a globe.
First, you have to prove that it has to prove it's a globe. You're making the burden there. So I don't know what I have to rebut about it. Is it because
Sorry,
you
what?
said if the sun's always up in the one, it's going to be based on perspective, has to be down on by someone else?
So you didn't hear or understand my argument?
I'm trying to figure out. You gave 3 different arguments, so I'm just trying to find. Is that the one where you say because on a flat Earth the sun's always supposed to be in the sky, but also below at the same time?
That is related. That's a quote from when I made that argument.
Okay,
Yes.
then I'm going to tell you. Did you take refraction into account?
No, because it's not necessary.
So when we look through the atmos, do we have refraction?
On some level, yes.
There's always refraction present, correct? Because light's always traveling through the atmos.
On some level, yes.
Right. So would that change the position of the sun?
Only by about 1 degree.
Can you prove that claim only by 1 degree?
I mean, your claim, what exactly is your claim? Like that the sunset is going to differ from the arctangent function I described by more than 1 degree?
Because it doesn't take any optical phenomena into account. It's what we would call Muppet vision. It's orthographical view you're trying to place there. Orthographical view doesn't take optical phenomena into account, only angular size change.
You're using all kinds of terms incorrectly. Orthographic is actually opposed to perspective, and we are in a perspective view when we use a camera. So that's not correct. It does neglect atmospheric refraction for the specific reason that we know atmospheric refraction was negligible for the experiment.
Okay, so you're saying orthographic view is not perspective based, like I said.
That's correct. Orthographic means not perspective.
Then why are you saying I'm wrong and then literally saying the same thing I said?
I'm not saying the same thing you said.
You did. I just said orthographic view is not perspective based.
No, you said
I'm wrong.
I don't think that's what you said, but maybe
That's
I
what I
misheard.
said. But I'm going to say again, yeah, I'm glad you understand orthographic view is not perspective based. So therefore, you can't use orthographic view to claim perspective.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you said I was using orthographic view. I'm not. That's not correct.
The arctangent is orthographic, is it not?
No.
It's a triangle based on side view.
It's a
Can you bring it up on
cross-section.
screen? Can you bring it up on screen for everybody and show
Yes.
us where perspective is there, please?
Excellent. So I just closed the poll. So while you get your screen share up and running there, here, I'll just transfer that over. I'll get us off the screen so everybody can see it. I just closed our poll, so I'll give you the stats here. So we had 607 votes. If we can get that many likes, that's going to be awesome for the stream, boost us up. So if you haven't already, hit the like button, smack it around. It doesn't hurt it at all, trust me. So 57% of our live chat have voted for globe, 25% for flat, and then 16% for the trollers have said a loaf of bread. So... that is where we're standing right now. We'll do another poll
right.
similar to that before the end, but let's carry on, gents. Let's carry on, yeah.
Awesome. So you would understand this is based on orthographic.
All right, yes, maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. This is an orthographic view, yes.
Great. So there's no perspective taken into account here.
No, this is an orthographic view of perspective. You see the little stick man? This is describing his perspective.
Yeah, like I say, it's not perspective based. Can you show me convergence in that orthographic view?
Yeah, it's this, the limit of this function right here, the arctangent function, as this sun would recede, the angle that is seen by the stickman between the horizon and the sun would approach 0 as
But
the sun continued to recede farther and farther away.
Okay, so the angle's getting smaller as it gets further away. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's how convergence or vanishing point works, and that's exactly what I demonstrated in this.
Okay. Okay, can you show me the ground rising up to meet on that, please?
The ground does not rise up to meet anything. I don't know what you mean by that.
Then it's not convergence, because the ground is supposed to
No,
rise
that's just
perspective.
because you're misusing terms and you're like...
No. Perspective is very simple. Everything below your eye line rises up relative to meet to the convergence point, and everything above dips
You're just
below to go
regurgitating your
into the-
script. That's not how
No.
perspective works.
Dude, I literally majored in art. I studied art. Perspective. Everything has a convergence line.
It's
So
math.
Everything above.
If you didn't
everything-
study the math behind this, then your
everything-
art is worthless.
Everything above your eye line converges down relative to eye level. Everything below rises up relative to that convergence zone. Can you show me this convergence in your orthographic view, please?
What you're describing is the point where the angle observed by the stick figure here would cross the eye level horizontal line. So, if you're drawing a line, here's the red line and then the green line and the blue line, they're progressively getting closer to horizontal to eye level. And if you pass that threshold, then because rays of perspective diverge from the viewer, that line will eventually reach the ground because it's now pointed slightly downward.
Okay,
Past
let's
horizontal.
take the red, the green, and the blue. Are those suns on exactly the same line?
They're on this dotted line, yeah.
Are they appearing to drop to the convergence of eye line?
Yeah, because the vertical
Right.
position in an image that this guy might take in a camera, that's dictated by the angle he perceives here. So this alpha angle right here, it's decreasing, meaning getting lower in his camera's view or his eye's view as the sun gets farther away.
Yeah, but is it now depicted as going lower or not?
It's depicted in his view.
No, it's only changing angular size. It's not converging anywhere. That's my whole point. You're not actually having perspective based in this arctangent. You can try and call it perspective convergence just because the angular size is changing. That doesn't make it perspective. It's not convergence.
Then you just don't understand.
Don't understand is not a rebuttal. It's just you then hand wave dismissing that what you're claiming is convergence.
You're the one hand waving dismissing.
No, I'm telling you, I'm asking you, show me where the convergence is. I'm telling you it's not. You're
That's
showing
not
me
a
the
requirement for
You're not-
demonstrating perspective.
Always in perspective, you require the ground to rise relative to eye level.
That's just your
Make convergence,
script.
Everything
That's not
above-
perspective.
This is literally perspective. It has a convergence point. Everything above eye line, everything below eye line always converges to a convergence point. That's perspective. What you're showing now and calling it perspective is not. So it's a category error. You're claiming to make something perspective which isn't.
No,
This
it's
is
a
what you're
category
showing now.
error according to your nonsense script that defines the categories according
What
to your
script?
liking.
What script?
It's
Tell me,
almost verbatim the same from one robothemist to another.
I'm not a
including
robothemist.
Yes, you
and
are.
No, I'm not.
a-
Can I call
a
you Satanist
zetetic-
then? Can I call you Satanist?
Only if you define what you mean by that.
Because you believe in a heliocentric model. It's literally Helios worship.
All right. Well,
Can I
I think
call you
I think I showed stronger logic to call you a robothemist than you've shown to call me a Satanist.
While your globe requires a whole bunch of triple sixes to work, it requires Helios
That's
Satanistic
nonsense.
globe worship. So it's more on the lines of Satanistic. So do you think that's fair of me to call you a Satanist because you believe in a
No.
heliocentric model?
Listen. I described a concept to you, and then I offered to use different terms if there's a term that that offends you. So if you understand the concept I described, then maybe you tell me what word I should use for it, because biblical cosmology is not good enough.
I thought we are going to have a biblical cosmology debate because we're both Christians and we were looking at the Bible based
Yeah,
on how
and I'm
God
telling you,
created
your
the-
cosmology is not
You
biblical.
right- no, my cosmology is everything biblical. You
No.
haven't shown one scripture that says it's not.
Straw man again. I don't have to show
Show me a scripture. Show me a scripture that says the firmament's not a physical dome, please.
straw man again. I don't have
Show
to
me.
show.
Show me a
any-
scripture. No, show me a scripture where the sun was created for an Earth rotating, please.
Straw man again. I don't have to do that.
Yes, you do, because this is supposed to be a biblical debate.
You're the
You
one
haven't-
calling your cosmology biblical. That means
It
it's
is,
your
based
burden
on
to show
biblical.
that it's biblical, not mine to show that it's not.
Do you guys want to sit here for 3 hours so I can read you Bible scriptures, or are you going to?
I just
actually
want you
go
to show
and
me
back up
one.
your claim?
One verse that shows
Genesis
your
1.
view
Genesis
is
1.
That's not good enough because it doesn't describe a robothemist sun.
Joshua 10.
Not good enough. It doesn't describe a Robothmist sun.
I don't care about Robotham. Stop bringing Robotham into this.
Then
Robotham has got
tell
nothing
me what
to do
word I should
with
use.
biblical Hebrew cosmology.
No, wrong. Tell me a different word I should
show me
use.
where Robotham. Show me Robotham's in the Bible, please.
What the freak?
I say I have
Why?
nothing to do with Robotham. I am talking Hebrew cosmology.
You're not getting your cosmology from the Bible. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling everyone. Your cosmology is not in the Bible. It's from Samuel Robotham. Historically.
Paul H. Seeley says you're wrong. Don H. Walton says you're wrong. Peter N. says you're wrong. Michael Hauser says you're wrong. Hector Avalo says you're wrong. Richard Carrier says you're wrong. Christopher Hitchett says you're wrong. Michael Sherman says
every
you're
one
wrong.
of those people would agree with what I'm saying right now. That your
They
cosmology
all
is not
literally
biblical.
They literally wrote books on the subject saying
you
the
see
Bible
you see the phrase flat
the
earth
Hebrew
and
Why
in
is he
your
talking
mind
over
it just completely attaches to your view. That's not correct. I showed
every single one of them wrote books on the subject stating the Bible depicts a flat earth Hebrew cosmology. You trying to go to Robotham that I said I don't even ascribe to, that's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about, and pushing it into there shows you don't have any argument. So are you going to go and tell me all
you not
those
understanding my
scholars are
argument
wrong?
does not mean I
Is
don't
Michael
have an
Hauser
argument.
wrong? Is Michael Hauser wrong?
I believe he is, but he would also say you're wrong.
Is Peter Enns wrong?
I would believe he is, but he would also say you're wrong.
Michael Hauser, in his book The Unseen Realm, Isaac discusses the ancient Israelite worldview, including their cosmology. He highlights that the descriptions in the Bibles are consistent with three-tiered universe, which includes a flat earth.
There
a
you go
solid
again.
firmament,
Assuming flat earth means
and
you've won the
an
argument.
underworld. Peter Enns. In the various writings, he also touched upon the ancient Hebrew cosmological views. He points out that the biblical descriptions of the world, such as the pillars of the earth and the foundations of the heavens, suggest a flat earth model consistent with other ancient Near Eastern cosmologies.
You're making my point for me here.
Must I read? Yeah, my point is, you saying everybody's wrong. The Bible does depict a
They
flat
would all say that you're wrong. And you are making my point for me when you say that they're comparing it to ancient Near East cosmology. I showed you what how ancient Near East cosmology differs from yours.
Do you understand? You just told me the Bible doesn't depict a flat earth. That's what you're claiming.
Yes, that's what I'm claiming.
And I gave you 8 different scholars, 4 atheists, 4 Christians, that all tell you you are wrong.
They would
And
also say
saying-
you're wrong.
They wrote books stating the exact claim we just said. The Bible describes a flat earth.
Okay. Flatoid. Where do you think the sun goes at night?
Away from you. So again,
that's Robothmist.
No.
If you
let's
don't
finish
like the
statement.
term,
No, let's
if
finish.
you don't like
I
the term,
don't care
give me a
about
different
Robotham.
term to use.
This is dishonesty. I don't care about Robotham. I'm talking about Hebrew cosmology.
What is dishonest about what I'm saying?
You pushing someone I am not ascribed to.
I said, if you don't like the term, tell me a different term.
Telling you I don't ascribe to. I'm telling you I don't.
Forget
give a
about
shit
Robotham. I don't
Robotham.
care. I don't
Then
care
stop
about
bringing him
Robotham.
up. I don't even.
I asked you. I asked
You know
you.
what?
Where
I've got
does
a
the
better
sun
idea.
go?
Ryan, I've got a better idea. Let's stop talking about the sun then. Let's talk about the other aspects of the planet. How about the firmament?
All right, let's move into some new territory. I was letting you guys
Yeah.
have a little natural engagement there, and I think everybody was enjoying. But yeah, let's try to focus and reel it in a little bit here. And
Can we
so
move
you
to
want
the
to talk about the
firmament then?
firmament? So go ahead
Yeah.
there, Peter.
I mean, the word firmament is a mistranslation. It's actually the best translation is expanse. The word firmament comes from actually pagan cosmology. Ultimately, it comes from Greek because it comes from the Latin Vulgate, firmamentum, which was influenced by the Greek Septuagint saying stereoma. Stereoma was, they believed, a literal sphere around the earth. So, like, and they also, this is where we get the term helio for the sun as well. So if you are gonna try to ascribe to the translation firmament and also say that heliocentrism is satanic, then that means your translation of Rachia is also satanic.
Okay, great. First of all, everything you just said there was wrong. The root word is raka, to beat out solid. Rakia comes from the root word raka. Stereoma comes Greek after the Hebrew and Aramaic. So I just had to correct you there. And no, it means solid expanse.
That wasn't a correction. That was just a misunderstanding of what I said.
The vault of heaven supporting the waters above. So can you show me any instance where rakia, which is the original word used in the Torah, for the firmament that is not a solid expanse, please?
That's I don't have that ready. I believe there are, but I don't have that ready.
It doesn't exist. Even stereoma, the expanse derived from rakia, which means solid.
But yeah, but that was.
Or how about we can use some more scripture when we look at when God separated the waters from the waters? It says he used a solid firmament to do this. How would that work on your globe?
It might be referring to clouds.
No, solid. Is a cloud solid?
That does not actually mean solid. Just because the word
solid.
raka is sometimes used to like with a
Beat
transitive
out.
object of something solid doesn't mean that it's always that way.
Always. Raka is to beat out something solid. Rakia derived from raka is a solid firmament expanse, the vault supporting the waters above. Then you get stereoma, which is the expanse based on the solid rakia.
Yeah, stereoma comes from pagan theology or pagan cosmology,
Which
though.
comes after the Aramaic and Hebrew.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's correct.
So great. So why do we have to worry about something that comes after the original text?
Because the only foot you have to stand on is this Hebrew word, rachia, and it does not mean what you think it means. Just because this definition says solid in parentheses, or that in subsense 2 it says vault supporting waters above, does not mean. Okay, do you even believe it? That's not even. You just highlighted the word flat, but that's not even applicable in your cosmology. Do you believe
yes,
the dome is flat? That
base
doesn't
is
make
flat.
sense.
The flat as base. The base, the support is flat. The firmament has.
That's
to
not
have
what that's saying. That's saying that the expanse is flat.
the base. Yeah.
No, not the base. The expanse itself.
Base.
You're just misreading the definition.
I'm going to bring another one up for him because he doesn't seem to understand how words work.
Ad hominem.
We'll say based on the firmament, it can't work with a globe. Correct?
Sorry, what?
So we'll say based on the firmament, it's not globe based. You'd agree with me?
No. What? I don't understand what you're saying.
If we have to take the firmament argument biblically, does it explain a globe or a flat earth?
It doesn't endorse either.
Of course it explains the Hebrew cosmology, the flat. I got another one up. Reflection of Jacob Praal, Catullus, who's the first, and this is going to be explaining how it is, and this is that model you said is wrong. This is exactly what the Bible explains. You see that flat base there, the foundations of heavens, that's where it touches. There's your clouds, by the way. Do you understand the Bible has 3 heavens?
This is all an interpretation of biblical cosmology that not only takes from the Book of Enoch, which I reject, but also
this is taken only from Genesis.
It's not. Oh no,
this is taken from Genesis, and okay, it takes through the whole Bible, but you don't need the Book of Enoch for this.
You kind of do.
Touch Enoch.
The Bible doesn't go into that much detail.
Oh, really? Which over here would you like me to get you the scripture for? Windows of heaven, Noah's flood. What else? Foundations, pillars.
Those are just phrases. They're describing an event of rain. It doesn't mean that there are literal windows or doors in heaven.
Literally, it says with notes that God opened the windows of heaven.
Yeah, it also says that swords have lips. Okay. Do you think the swords literally had
the
mouths
argument
that
you just
open?
gave? The argument you just gave is the Bible doesn't describe these things. You need the Book of Enoch. I said you don't need the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch just goes into more detail, but the Bible does describe this exact Hebrew cosmology we see in front of it.
No, most I think at least half of that detail comes from the Book of Enoch and other ancient Near East cosmologies.
Which ones? Which half of them are there? Which ones don't you think is in the Bible?
Well, for one thing, the windows and doors of heaven that
Yeah, I'll quickly get it for you. Windows and doors of heaven.
It's just a phrase used. It does not describe what they are or that they are literal.
Windows of heaven. I'm going to quickly get it for you. Anything else? Genesis 7:11.
While you bring that up, I'm just going to close out our little extra poll here, and I'm going to put up another one more related to the debate. So just a reminder, everybody, once again, while we're live, if you hit that like button, it really helps us out in the algorithm. We super appreciate everybody who supports the channel. We will move into Q&A shortly at the discretion of our speakers here. So as many avenues as you guys would like to go down, and then when you feel like you're ready for Q&A, just let me know. And yeah, whenever you're ready, Flatzoid, it looks like you're bringing something
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm just going to give this up, and then we can go to Q&A. It's fine with me.
I would be a little bit. I wanted to pursue the sunset thing a little more.
If that's all right by you, Flatzoid, we can definitely.
I think the sun's a mute argument because I'm going to say the sun is the whole time, and he's going to tell me, and he doesn't get. He's just trying to tell me what I'm supposed to say the sun is. So I don't really think that it's going to get anywhere anyway.
You were just denying math.
No, I didn't. Okay, so anyway, remember you just made a claim that the Bible doesn't talk about the windows of heaven. Genesis 7 verse 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all four fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. Is this based on a historical?
Yes,
narrative?
it's literal history.
Literal. Windows of heaven broken up.
I said literal history,
Open.
not a literal phrase.
Okay, but does this explain the windows of heaven that you said were not in the Bible?
No, not to the degree that Enoch does.
Enoch, we don't even have to look at Enoch. You told me straight.
You do if you want to build that diagram.
No.
Yes.
Windows of heaven were opened up. There we go.
Every single one of those scholars that
you know what
kept
heaven
citing,
you know what heaven is in Genesis?
it's equated with the Rakia.
The vault of heaven. Yeah, there's three heavens. The one you opened up, vault of heaven. So therefore, depicted in Genesis.
You're just adding details now.
No.
Yes.
I'm giving you the actual scriptures which you say don't exist.
Actual scriptures that you just, eisegeted.
So are you going to explain to me how I'm wrong, that everything I'm showing you actual scripture based?
It's just not there. You tried to show evidence.
It's literally written in black and white.
You found it. You found the phrase "windows of heaven." Okay, good job. That doesn't make your argument.
It does make my argument because
no, it doesn't.
You said it doesn't. You said it's not there.
The phrase is there. The description of what the phrase means is not. That comes from the book of Enoch in order to build the diagram.
Enoch, you do not need Enoch for
yes,
that
you do. If you want to build the
I guess-
diagram, you need Enoch.
Okay, bring another thing on the Hebrew cosmology that I need Enoch for, that I can bring your scripture up as well.
Well, I don't have the diagram right in front of me. Hold on.
So it's just hand wave dismiss.
No,
Look for
that's
windows,
not just
guys.
hand wave dismiss.
Aruba. Okay, that's for the windows. Lattice, windows, sluice, chimney. That's opening where the smoke.
Yeah, nobody's disputing what the word means translationally. We're disputing what it means cosmologically.